What if Naruto was primordial curse sage, void god stronger than Sukuna Maki x Utahime Chapter 1, Void Convergence. The sky split open above Tokyo, dark energy crackling across the clouds like veins of black lightning. Not a normal storm, not even close. This was something else, something that made the air taste like metal and static. Maki Zenin sprinted across rooftops, her sword glinting in the eerie light. 3 jujitsu sorcerers already down, and whatever was causing this wasn't stopping. She couldn't see the cursed energy itself, but she could see its effects, buildings crumbling where nothing visible touched them, people collapsing in the streets. Damn it, she muttered, adjusting her glasses as she landed on a water tower. Where's backup when you need it? Her phone buzzed. Utahime. I'm a little busy, Maki answered, ducking as something invisible whizzed past her head. The water tower behind her exploded, showering her in debris. Maki, these aren't normal curses, Utahime's voice crackled through the phone. The energy readings are completely off the charts. It's like nothing we've ever encountered. Where are you? Shibuya. Southwest corner. Near a massive pressure wave knocked her flying. Maki twisted mid-air, landed on her feet, and rolled. The phone skidded away across the roof. Damn it. 5 shadows surrounded her, humanoid shapes with distorted limbs and faces that seemed to flicker between different forms. Maki couldn't see the cursed energy, but she could see them, which meant they weren't just curses. What the hell are you? She growled, raising her sword. The creatures didn't answer. They moved in perfect synchronization, launching themselves at her from all sides. Maki was faster. She sliced through the first one, feeling resistance unlike a normal curse. The creature burst into a spray of dark energy that hissed and sizzled when it hit the concrete. She spun, kicked the second creature into the third, then drove her blade through both of them. The fourth and fifth circled her, moving differently now, hand signs flashing in sequences she didn't recognize. Since when do curses use hand signs? She muttered, charging forward. One of the creatures exhaled a gout of flame. Not cursed energy, actual fire. Maki rolled under it, came up inside the creature's guard, and cut it in half. The last one leapt back, hands still moving in strange patterns. The roof beneath Maki's feet trembled, then cracked. She jumped as concrete shattered, landing on an air conditioning unit. The creature stared at her with hollow eyes, then melted into the shadows. Maki retrieved her phone. 3 missed calls from Utahime. I'm here, she said, answering the next incoming call. Things just got weird. These curses, they're using techniques I've never seen before. Almost like ninjutsu, Utahime interrupted. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Something's happening to the barriers between worlds. I need you to. The call dropped as the sky above Tokyo tore open wider. A pillar of light shot down, striking the center of Shibuya Crossing. The shockwave rippled outward, shattering windows and setting off car alarms for blocks. Maki shielded her eyes. When she looked again, a figure stood at the epicenter of the destruction. Blonde hair. Red coat with black flames flickering along its edges. 6 glowing marks on his back that seemed to bend reality around them. People ran screaming from the intersection, but the figure remained perfectly still, surveying the chaos with unnaturally calm eyes. Maki jumped down to street level, approached cautiously. Hey! You! Are you responsible for this? The man turned. His eyes were unlike anything she'd ever seen, deep pools of swirling energy, as if universes were being born and dying within them. No, he said simply. But I've come to stop it. He raised a hand. The air rippled, and suddenly 15 more of the shadow creatures materialized around them, all making those strange hand signs. Get down, the stranger said. Maki didn't take orders from mysterious men who fell from the sky, but her instinct screamed at her to move. She dropped as a wave of pure nothing passed overhead, not energy, not force, but the absence of everything. Where it touched the creatures, they didn't just die, they ceased to exist, leaving behind only fading outlines in the air. What was that? She demanded, rising to her feet with her sword ready. Void release, he answered, then turned his gaze toward a building 2 blocks away. More coming. A lot more. Can you fight? Can I fight? Maki scoffed. Who the hell do you think you're talking to? The corner of his mouth twitched, almost a smile. I'm Naruto. And you are? Maki Zenin. Special grade sorcerer. Naruto nodded. Never heard of that. But I guess a lot's changed. He looked at the sky, at the spreading darkness. This shouldn't be happening. The walls between worlds were sealed centuries ago. Before Maki could ask what he meant, the ground rumbled. From the shattered pavement, a massive creature emerged, part curse, part something else. Its body seemed cobbled together from different anatomies, chakra points glowing alongside curse patterns. What the hell is that? Maki asked. Trouble, Naruto replied. Big trouble. The creature roared, sending cars flying with the pressure wave alone. It towered over the intersection, easily 20 meters tall, with multiple faces screaming in agony along its torso. I can handle this, Naruto said. You should get clear. Maki's response was to charge forward, sword ready. No one told her to back down from a fight. Or not, Naruto sighed, then grinned. Let's see what you've got, Zenin. The creature swung an enormous arm at Maki. She leapt, running up the limb with incredible speed, then drove her sword deep into what appeared to be a joint. Black ichor sprayed out, but the creature barely seemed to notice. Meanwhile, Naruto stood perfectly still, eyes closed. The air around him began to distort, reality itself bending. When his eyes opened again, they had changed, concentric circles of deep purple with tomo patterns spinning slowly. Rinnegan, he murmured. Haven't needed this in a long time. He raised a hand. Bansho Tenin. The creature lurched forward, suddenly pulled toward Naruto by an invisible force. Maki, still clinging to its arm, was caught in the gravitational pull. She cursed, letting go and tumbling through the air. A black rod materialized in Naruto's hand. He drove it through the creature's core as it was yanked toward him. The monster howled, energy crackling around the point of impact. Sealing technique, Phantom Dragon's 9 consuming seals. 9 dragons of pure energy erupted from the rod, winding around the creature in complex patterns. They constricted, tighter and tighter, until the monster imploded with a thunderclap of displaced air. Maki landed in a crouch nearby, staring at where the creature had been. Nothing remained, not even dust. What was that? She demanded. That wasn't cursed energy. That wasn't anything I've ever seen. Naruto's eyes faded back to blue, though they still held that strange, cosmic depth. A hybrid. Something that shouldn't exist. Cursed energy and chakra combined. He looked troubled. The barriers are weaker than I thought. Chakra? You mean? Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of a woman in a traditional hakama, moving with graceful speed through the destruction. Her eyes widened at the sight of Naruto. Maki, she called. Get away from him. His energy is off the charts. Utahime, Maki acknowledged, but didn't move. He just saved my ass from whatever that thing was. Utahime Iori stopped several meters away, maintaining a cautious distance from Naruto. Who are you? She demanded. What are you? Naruto studied her. You can sense it, can't you? The void inside me. I've never felt anything like it, Utahime admitted. It's like, standing at the edge of everything and nothing simultaneously. He nodded. Good description. Then to both women, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I used to be human. Then I was a shinobi. Then something more. He looked up at the torn sky. I've been away for a very long time. But something's happening that shouldn't be, and I'm here to fix it. Shinobi? Utahime repeated skeptically. Those are legends. So are curse gods, Naruto countered. Yet here we are. More creatures, the hybrid shadow beings, were gathering on surrounding rooftops. Their numbers had grown exponentially, hundreds now watching with empty eyes. We should continue this conversation elsewhere, Naruto suggested. Unless you want to fight all of those. Maki hefted her sword. I'm not running. Neither am I, Utahime said, drawing a talisman from her sleeve. Naruto sighed, but there was a small smile on his face. Fine. The creatures attacked en masse, a wave of shadow and malice descending from all sides. Maki moved like lightning, her blade a blur of deadly precision. What she lacked in cursed energy, she more than made up for in raw physical power and skill. Utahime stood her ground, chanting softly. The talisman in her hand glowed, then multiplied into dozens that formed a barrier around them. When the creatures touched it, they shrieked in pain. My cursed technique, she explained to Naruto. Song of Revelation. It exposes weaknesses. Useful, he acknowledged, then stepped forward. What happened next defied description. Naruto didn't move particularly fast or unleash some grand technique. He simply walked forward, and reality accommodated him. Creatures that came near simply ceased to be. The void within him expanded outward, not destroying the shadows so much as absorbing them, returning them to nothingness. What are you doing to them? Utahime asked, voice trembling slightly. Returning what was never meant to exist to non-existence, Naruto replied. These aren't natural curses or natural shinobi. They're artificial, cobbled together from pieces of both worlds. More creatures fell from the sky, landing with heavy thuds on the pavement. These were different, larger, more cohesive, with distinct features. One had paper-white skin and a twisted smile that split its face literally in half. Mahito, Utahime breathed. But that's impossible. He was, absorbed by Kenjaku, Maki finished. Yeah, we all saw it. The Mahito thing tilted its head unnaturally. Not Mahito, it said in a distorted voice. Something new. Something better. It raised its hands, and the pattern of its cursed technique formed, but alongside it, chakra swirled in visible blue energy. Idle transfiguration meets transformation jutsu, it cackled. Let's see what happens. It slammed its palm into the ground. The concrete rippled like water, then rose up in waves that solidified into sharp spikes aimed at the trio. Maki dodged effortlessly. Utahime's barrier deflected several spikes before shattering. Naruto didn't move at all, the spikes simply passed through him as if he weren't there. Interesting, Naruto said. You're further along than the others. Almost stabilized. I am the new world, the Mahito thing declared. First of many. The merging has begun. Naruto's expression hardened. No. It hasn't. He moved then, truly moved, for the first time. One moment he stood meters away, the next he was directly before the creature, hand pressed to its chest. Primordial style, soul severance. The creature's eyes widened in shock. Cracks of golden light spread across its body from Naruto's palm. It opened its mouth to scream, but no sound emerged as it shattered into particles of light that faded to nothing. Naruto turned to Maki and Utahime. We need to talk. Somewhere safe. Jujutsu High, Utahime suggested. It's protected. Not from what's coming, Naruto replied grimly. But it'll do for now. The sky above them continued to darken, the tier widening to reveal swirling chaos beyond. Throughout Tokyo, reports were coming in of similar hybrid creatures appearing, of reality itself seeming to bend and warp. How are we getting there? Maki asked. The trains are down, and the roads are chaos. Naruto smiled. The old-fashioned way. He bit his thumb, drawing blood, then slammed his palm to the ground. Summoning Jutsu. A massive cloud of smoke erupted. When it cleared, a giant toad wearing a Yakuza-style jacket sat in the middle of Shibuya Crossing, dwarfing the surrounding buildings. Naruto, it rumbled, eyes widening. It's been centuries. Gamakichi, Naruto nodded. Good to see you, old friend. Maki and Utahime stared in disbelief. That's a toad, Maki stated flatly. A talking toad the size of a building. And we're gonna ride it, Naruto confirmed, leaping up onto Gamakichi's head. He extended a hand. Coming. Utahime hesitated, but Maki grabbed her arm. Not like we have better options. They climbed up, settling behind Naruto on the giant toad's head. Gamakichi croaked, then launched himself skyward with enough force to crack the pavement. They soared over the city, buildings blurring beneath them. So, Maki said casually, as if they weren't riding a building-sized amphibian through the air, want to tell us what's actually going on? Naruto stared ahead, his coat flapping in the wind. Two worlds that should never have met are being forcibly merged. The barriers I helped create centuries ago are failing. He glanced back at them, those universe-deep eyes troubled. Someone very powerful wants to combine jujitsu and ninjutsu into something new. Something dangerous. And what exactly are you? Utahime asked. Naruto was silent for a long moment. I am what stands between existence and void. A guardian of sorts. His voice grew distant. I've been away. Holding the boundaries in place from the other side. Until I felt them start to crack. That doesn't really answer the question, Maki pointed out. Naruto smiled faintly. I suppose not. He stood up on Gamakichi's head, perfectly balanced despite their speed. I am the primordial curse sage. The void god. The last shinobi. He looked back at them, and for a moment, his human form seemed to shimmer, revealing something vast and incomprehensible beneath. And I used to be human, once. A very long time ago. Jujitsu High appeared below them, the familiar grounds a stark contrast to the chaos engulfing the rest of the city. Gamakichi landed with surprising gentleness in the courtyard. Several instructors and students rushed out, hands raised in defensive positions. Gojo Satoru stepped forward, his blindfolded face turned toward Naruto with unerring accuracy. My, he said casually. What do we have here? Something new and interesting, finally. Naruto jumped down from Gamakichi, landing lightly before Gojo. The two stood facing each other, power radiating from both in palpable waves. 6 eyes, Naruto observed. Been a while since I've seen those. Gojo smiled. And I've never seen whatever you are before. Care to introduce yourself? This is Naruto Uzumaki, Utahime interjected, climbing down with Maki. He saved us in Shibuya. Those creatures that have been appearing, he knows what they are. Hybrid abominations, Naruto supplied. Someone is forcing chakra and cursed energy to combine, creating entities that shouldn't exist. It's destabilizing reality. Gojo's smile didn't waver, but his posture shifted slightly. Chakra. Like in the old legends? Not legends, Naruto said. History. My history. Your world and mine were separated long ago, for good reason. Now someone's trying to merge them back together. And you know this how? Because I'm the one who separated them in the first place. The statement hung in the air. Even Gojo seemed momentarily taken aback. We should continue this inside, Principal Yaga suggested, eyeing the darkening sky nervously. Whatever's happening, it's getting worse. They gathered in the main conference room. Nanami, Mei, and several other senior jujitsu sorcerers joined them, all watching Naruto with varying degrees of suspicion and curiosity. Naruto stood by the window, gazing out at Tokyo. The tear in the sky had grown, now visible even from this distance. Start from the beginning, Gojo suggested, lounging in a chair with deceptive casualness. What exactly are shinobi? Chakra users, Naruto explained. In my world, we harness the energy formed by combining physical and spiritual energy. Different from cursed energy, which comes from negative emotions. He turned to face the room. The two energies were never meant to interact. When they do, reality itself becomes unstable. And yet here you are, apparently able to use both, Nanami observed. I'm different, Naruto replied. I transcended both energies long ago. The void exists between and beyond them. That doesn't explain why our worlds were separated in the first place, Maki pointed out. Naruto's expression darkened. War. Endless war. Curses feeding off the negative emotions of shinobi battles. Shinobi harnessing curses as weapons. It was destroying both realities. He closed his eyes briefly. I and a few others found a way to separate the dimensions, to save both. It cost, almost everything. And now someone's undoing your work, Utahime concluded. Yes. And they're further along than I expected. That Mahito hybrid we encountered wasn't just combining energies, it was stabilizing them. Creating something new that can exist in both worlds simultaneously. A young white-haired boy, Inumaki, entered the room, making rapid hand signals to Yaga. More reports, Yaga translated. Similar creatures appearing across Japan. And something else, people with headbands and strange abilities fighting alongside some of our jujitsu sorcerers in Kyoto. Shinobi, Naruto confirmed. The walls are thinning enough for some to cross over naturally. He frowned. This is happening too quickly. There must be a focal point, something acting as a catalyst. Maki leaned forward. Like what? An artifact. A person. Something powerful enough to puncture the barriers between worlds. Gojo stood up. Well, while you figure that out, we need to contain the situation. These hybrid creatures are attacking civilians. They're drawn to power, Naruto said. Both cursed energy and chakra. They'll seek out the strongest sources to feed on and evolve. Then we need to evacuate the civilians and create a perimeter, Nanami suggested. No time, Naruto replied. I need to find the source now, before, the building shook. Outside, the sky cracked further, a spiderweb of fractures spreading across reality itself. Before that, Naruto finished grimly. Alarms blared throughout the school. Screens on the wall lit up with emergency reports, massive energy readings from multiple locations across Tokyo. We need to split up, Gojo decided. Teams to handle the immediate threats while we locate this source. Naruto nodded. I'll take, Maki and Utahime, Gojo interrupted. Since they've already seen you in action. The rest of us will coordinate defense. Naruto looked at the two women. Maki stood ready, sword in hand. Utahime appeared more hesitant but equally determined. Fine, Naruto agreed. But we need a starting point. Somewhere significant to both worlds. The National Museum, Utahime suggested suddenly. They just opened an exhibition on mythological ninja last week. Ancient artifacts supposedly connected to chakra use. Naruto's eyes widened. That could be it. Objects from my world, already here in yours. Then what are we waiting for? Maki asked, heading for the door. One more thing, Naruto said. He placed a hand on each of their shoulders. Golden light briefly flowed from his fingers. Protection. The boundaries between worlds are breaking down. Reality itself might become flexible. This will help anchor you. The sensation was strange, a warm certainty flowing through them, as if they suddenly had invisible roots extending deep into the earth. What did you do? Utahime asked. Gave you a fragment of stability, Naruto answered. Come on. They left Jujutsu High, Gamakichi having returned to wherever giant toads go when not needed. Instead, Naruto led them to a secluded corner of the grounds. "I have a faster way to travel," he said. "But it's disorienting the first time." Before they could question him, Naruto made a series of rapid hand signs. Flying Raijin Jutsu. The world compressed around them, folded impossibly, then snapped back into place. In the space of a heartbeat, they stood outside the National Museum of Tokyo. Maki staggered, while Utahime dropped to one knee, visibly nauseated. "What the hell was that?" Maki demanded. "Spacetime ninjutsu," Naruto replied. "I've marked significant locations around Tokyo since I arrived. Allows me to teleport between them." "A little warning next time," Utahime groaned, rising unsteadily to her feet. The museum was eerily quiet, its entrance hall deserted. Display cases stood intact, but there were signs of a hasty evacuation, dropped bags, a fallen information desk, doors left ajar. "Something's wrong," Maki murmured. "Where are the security guards? The police?" Naruto approached a large map of the museum. "Where's this ninja exhibition?" "East Wing, Special Exhibits Hall," Utahime replied, pointing. They moved cautiously through the silent museum. As they approached the East Wing, the air began to feel heavier, charged with something that made the hairs on their arms stand up. "Do you feel that?" Utahime whispered. "The cursed energy is strange. Layered somehow. Mixed with chakra," Naruto confirmed. "We're close." The doors to the Special Exhibits Hall were sealed with Ofuta talismans, not museum standard procedure. Someone had attempted to contain whatever was inside. "Stand back," Naruto instructed. He examined the talismans without touching them. "These are hybrid seals. Jujitsu and Fuinjutsu combined." He looked troubled. "Whoever did this knows both systems intimately. Can you break them?" Maki asked. Naruto nodded. "But be ready. Whatever's on the other side isn't contained by accident." He pressed his palm against the center of the door. The talismans began to glow, then peel away one by one, disintegrating into golden particles. The doors swung open. Inside, the exhibition hall had been transformed. Display cases were arranged in a complex circular pattern around a central pedestal. On it sat a simple clay pot, unremarkable except for the fact that it seemed to shimmer between different states of existence, sometimes solid, sometimes transparent, sometimes not there at all. "The convergence vessel," Naruto breathed. "I thought it was destroyed centuries ago. What does it do?" Maki asked, sword ready. "It's a catalyst. A focus point for massive energy workings." Naruto's face was grim. "It was used in the original separation of our worlds. In the wrong hands. It could undo everything," Utahime finished. "Precisely." A new voice echoed through the hall. From behind the pedestal stepped a figure that seemed to flicker between forms, sometimes a pale woman with horns and white eyes, sometimes a young man with stitches across his forehead. "Kaguya," Naruto said, tension evident in his voice. "And Kenjaku." "Somehow I'm not surprised." The figure smiled with too many teeth. "We are neither. And both. The first successful hybrid, a perfect union of Otsutsuki goddess and ancient sorcerer." The voice shifted between feminine and masculine tones. "You've been gone too long, Naruto. The worlds have forgotten why they were separated." "I haven't forgotten," Naruto replied. His casual demeanor had vanished, replaced by cold intensity. "And I won't let you complete this." Kaguya/Kenjaku laughed. "You're too late. The process has already begun. The vessel is active." Indeed, the clay pot was glowing now, pulsing with energy that rippled outward in visible waves. With each pulse, the air in the room seemed to thin, reality itself becoming more permeable. "Maki, Utahime," Naruto said quietly. That vessel needs to be destroyed. I'll handle our friend here. Handle me? Kagaya/Kenjaku mocked. You've grown arrogant, Naruto. I am two gods in one body. What are you? Naruto smiled, but there was nothing friendly in it. Let me show you. He moved. Not the instantaneous teleportation of before, but with purpose and deadly grace. Golden energy flowed around him, taking the shape of a massive fox with 9 tails. Kurama, he whispered. One more time, old friend. The fox avatar roared, shaking the foundations of the building. Kagaya/Kenjaku responded by raising both hands. From one, bone spikes erupted, the Kagaya bloodline. From the other, cursed energy swirled into the distinctive pattern of idol transfiguration. Go! Naruto shouted to Maki and Utahime. The vessel. The two women circled around the ensuing clash, making for the central pedestal. Kagaya/Kenjaku noticed, firing bone projectiles toward them, but Naruto's fox avatar intercepted, tails whipping around to shield the women. You can't stop the convergence, Kagaya/Kenjaku declared. It's what both worlds need, a reunification to become stronger. It will destroy both, Naruto countered. You know that. You're just seeking power for yourself. They clashed in the center of the room, energies so potent that reality warped around them. Where Kagaya/Kenjaku's techniques met Naruto's void power, strange distortions formed, bubbles of altered physics, windows into other places and times. Meanwhile, Maki reached the pedestal first. She raised her sword to smash the vessel, but Utahime grabbed her arm. Wait! Look at the seals around it. The pedestal was covered in intricate markings, jujitsu symbols intertwined with fuinjutsu characters in a complex array. If we just destroy it, the energy could explode outward, Utahime warned. We need to disrupt the pattern first. And you know how to do that? Maki asked skeptically. Utahime studied the seals. Some of these are familiar. Song patterns. But the others? She looked to where Naruto battled the hybrid entity. We need his help. Naruto was fully engaged, his fox avatar wrestling with Kagaya/Kenjaku's ever-shifting form. One moment they fought with pure physical might, the next with esoteric energy techniques that bent light and space. We need to buy him time, Maki decided. She pointed to several display cases that had been incorporated into the array. These artifacts, they're part of the pattern. If we disrupt them, it might weaken the convergence, Utahime agreed. But be careful. We don't know what they'll do when disturbed. Maki approached the nearest case, which contained an ancient scroll partially unrolled to reveal complex seals. As she drew near, the scroll began to glow, resonating with the vessel's pulsing energy. Here goes nothing, she muttered, and smashed the case with her sword's hilt. The effect was immediate. The scroll's glow intensified, then sputtered. One of the energy waves from the vessel faltered, causing Kagaya/Kenjaku to stumble mid-attack. No, the hybrid entity screamed. The alignment. Naruto pressed his advantage, Fox Avatar slamming Kagaya/Kenjaku into a wall with enough force to crack the concrete. More, he shouted to Maki and Utahime. Disrupt all of them. Utahime moved to another display, this one containing a set of ritual bells. She hesitated, then closed her eyes and began to sing. Her voice resonated with the bells, creating a harmonic pattern that caused them to vibrate. The bells cracked, one by one, their energy releasing in controlled bursts rather than explosions. That's it. Naruto called encouragingly, even as he grappled with Kagaya/Kenjaku. You're neutralizing the artifacts safely. Maki continued the more direct approach, systematically destroying display cases around the perimeter. With each disruption, the vessel's pulses weakened, and reality seemed to firm up around them. Kagaya/Kenjaku howled in frustration, body shifting more rapidly now between forms. You cannot stop the inevitable. The worlds were one before, they will be again. Not like this, Naruto grunted, his fox avatar beginning to fade. Not through chaos and destruction. The hybrid entity broke free, lunging toward the vessel. Then I'll complete it now. Naruto's hand shot out. Primordial style, void chains. Black chains erupted from thin air, wrapping around Kagaya/Kenjaku. Where they touched, the hybrid entity's form seemed to dissolve and reconstruct rapidly, unable to maintain stability. Maki. Utahime. Now. Naruto shouted, strain evident in his voice. The vessel. They converged on the central pedestal. Only half the surrounding artifacts remained active, and the vessel's pulsing had weakened considerably. Together, Utahime suggested, reaching for Maki's free hand. Maki nodded, gripping Utahime's hand firmly. With her other hand, she raised her sword. Utahime began to sing, her technique manifesting as visible sound waves that enveloped the blade. Revealing strike, Utahime named it. It should expose the vessel's core weakness. Maki brought the sword down in a perfect arc. When it connected with the vessel, there was no explosion, no dramatic shattering. Instead, the clay pot simply unraveled. Its substance unwound like thread from a spool, dissolving into particles of light that floated upward before winking out. The effect was immediate. The energy waves ceased. The distortions in reality began to stabilize. Outside, visible through the museum windows, the tear in the sky slowly began to close. Kagaya/Kenjaku screamed, a sound of rage and despair. No. The convergence. My ascension. Naruto's chains tightened. It's over. The vessel is gone. The worlds will remain separate. The hybrid entity's form began to degrade rapidly, unable to maintain cohesion without the energy from the vessel. It flickered between Kagaya and Kenjaku more rapidly, neither form able to stabilize. This isn't over, it hissed, voice distorting. The barriers are still weakened. Others will come. Others will try. And I'll stop them too, Naruto replied calmly. With a final howl of defiance, Kagaya/Kenjaku collapsed in on itself, imploding into a singularity that winked out of existence with a soft pop. Silence fell over the exhibition hall. The remaining artifacts stopped glowing, becoming ordinary museum pieces once more. Outside, the sky returned to normal, stars visible through the windows as night fell over Tokyo. Naruto sank to one knee, clearly exhausted. The fox avatar had completely faded, and for the first time, he looked almost human, tired and drained. Maki and Utahime approached him cautiously. Is it over? Utahime asked. Are the worlds safe? Naruto shook his head wearily. No. The vessel is destroyed, and that particular attempt has failed. But the barriers are still damaged. He looked up at them. Kagaya/Kenjaku was right about one thing, others will try. The knowledge is out there now. So what do we do? Maki asked, helping him to his feet. We find the remaining breaches. Seal them properly. Naruto straightened up with visible effort. And we prepare. Because what we saw today, those hybrid creatures, that merged entity, it's just the beginning. Utahime looked troubled. You mean there could be more like that? More merged gods? Or worse, Naruto confirmed. Entities that have been waiting for centuries for a chance to cross between worlds. He glanced around the ruined exhibition hall. The convergence vessel was just one method. There will be others. Maki sheathed her sword. Well, at least we know what we're dealing with now. Do we? Utahime questioned. We still don't really understand what's happening. Or what you are, for that matter. She looked pointedly at Naruto. He smiled faintly. Fair enough. I owe you more explanations. But not here. He glanced around at the destroyed artifacts. This place will be swarming with authorities soon. We should return to Jujutsu High. Can we walk this time? Utahime asked hopefully. That teleportation thing was unpleasant, I know, Naruto agreed. Walking is fine. I could use the time to recover anyway. As they left the museum, the city was beginning to return to normal. Emergency services were out in force, treating the injured and assessing damage. The hybrid creatures had vanished when the vessel was destroyed, leaving confused civilians and property damage in their wake. They walked in silence for several blocks before Maki spoke again. So you're really a god? The Void God? Naruto looked uncomfortable. I don't like that term. I'm a guardian. A caretaker of the boundaries. He stared up at the night sky. For centuries, I existed in the space between worlds, maintaining the barriers, untethered from time and physical form. Then why come back now? Like this? Utahime gestured to his human appearance. Because direct intervention was needed. And to interact with this world, I needed a form this world would recognize. He glanced down at himself. This was my original form, long ago. It seemed appropriate. And after this is over, you'll go back to being. What? Energy? Void stuff? Maki asked. Naruto was silent for a long moment. I don't know, he admitted finally. Being here, being like this again. He flexed his fingers, as if reacquainting himself with having hands. It's been a very long time since I was anything resembling human. They rounded a corner and found themselves in a small park. Naruto stopped by a bench, sitting down heavily. I need a moment, he said. The fight took more out of me than I expected. Manifesting Kurama's form after so long. Who's Kurama? Utahime asked, sitting beside him while Maki remained standing. A smile touched Naruto's lips, fond, sad. An old friend. The nine-tailed fox. We were partners for many years. When I transcended, he stayed with me. Not as a separate entity anymore, but as part of what I became. The fox we saw during the fight, Maki realized. Naruto nodded. A manifestation of that aspect of my power. Drawing on it in this form is taxing. Sirens wailed in the distance. The city was still in chaos, though the immediate threat had passed. Your phone is buzzing, Naruto told Utahime. She pulled it out. Gojo. They want a status report. She answered, briefly explaining what had happened at the museum. After a moment, she handed the phone to Naruto. He wants to talk to you. Naruto took the phone awkwardly, as if unaccustomed to modern technology. Yes. He listened for several moments, occasionally nodding. No, not completely. Yes, more will come. I understand. We'll be there soon. He handed the phone back to Utahime. What did he say? She asked. The Jujutsu sorcerers have secured most of Tokyo. The hybrid creatures disappeared when the vessel was destroyed. But there are reports of anomalies. Places where reality seems thin. Naruto stood up. We need to investigate these weak points. Not tonight, Maki said firmly. You're exhausted. We're exhausted. And rushing in without a plan is stupid. Naruto looked like he wanted to argue but then nodded reluctantly. You're right. We need to regroup, plan our next move carefully. They continued toward Jujutsu High, taking their time. As they walked, Utahime moved closer to Maki, their shoulders occasionally brushing. Neither woman commented on it, but there was a comfort in the proximity after what they'd experienced. Naruto walked slightly ahead, lost in thought. Occasionally he would stop and stare at something ordinary, a vending machine, a smartphone in a store window, a child's abandoned toy, with the fascination of someone seeing the world anew. How long were you away? Utahime asked during one such pause. Naruto considered. Time doesn't pass the same way in the void. But in this world's reckoning, centuries. Many centuries. And before that? You were human. A shinobi? Yes. His expression softened with remembrance. I was born in a village called Konoha. Became a shinobi. Fought in wars. Made friends. Lost friends. He looked at his hands. Eventually, I became something more than human, but still myself. And then came the crisis that forced the separation of the worlds. What happened? Maki asked, genuinely curious now. A convergence, like what almost happened today, but natural. The boundaries between worlds thinning until they touched. Curses from your world feeding on the chakra of mine. Shinobi harnessing cursed energy as weapons. His eyes darkened. Both realities were destabilizing. Millions died. So you separated them, Utahime concluded. Not alone. There were others, powerful beings from both worlds who understood the danger. We created the barriers, established the void between as a buffer. His voice grew quieter. Most didn't survive the process. Those who did were changed. I chose to remain in the void, to maintain the separation. Until now, Maki noted. Until now, he agreed. Something's changed. The natural order has been disrupted. Kagaya and Kenjaku merging was a symptom, not the cause. They walked in silence for a while, processing this information. Tomorrow, Naruto said eventually, we need to visit these anomaly sites. Find the source of the disruption. The vessel was destroyed, but something else is weakening the barriers. And the hybrid creatures? Utahime asked. Will return, in one form or another. The knowledge of how to combine cursed energy and chakra is out there now. Others will try. They reached the gates of Jujutsu High. The school was illuminated, figures moving about as jujutsu sorcerers returned from their assignments around the city. Gojo met them in the courtyard, his blindfolded gaze immediately finding Naruto. So, he said casually, crisis averted? For now, Naruto replied. But it's just beginning. Gojo nodded, as if he'd expected nothing less. Well then, Void God, he said with his characteristic smile, welcome to the team. Inside, the conference room had been transformed into an operations center. Maps of Tokyo covered the walls, marked with red dots indicating anomaly sites. Jujutsu sorcerers reported in from around the city, describing strange phenomena, areas where gravity fluctuated, where time moved differently, where people reported seeing impossible things. The vessel's destruction stopped the active convergence, Naruto explained to the assembled sorcerers, but the barriers are still damaged. These anomalies are weak points, places where the worlds are bleeding into each other. Can they be repaired? Principal Yaga asked. Yes, but it won't be easy. Each requires a specific sealing technique, adapted to the particular nature of the breach. And you know these techniques? Nanami inquired skeptically. Some, Naruto admitted. Others will have to develop. The convergence vessel was ancient, from the original separation. These new breaches may require new methods. Discussions continued late into the night. Teams were formed, assignments distributed. Maki and Utahime would continue working with Naruto, investigating the largest anomaly site in eastern Tokyo, an abandoned temple where witnesses reported seeing the same location shift between different versions of itself. As the meeting broke up, Maki found herself standing with Utahime in a quiet corner of the room. The events of the day had left them both exhausted but wired, too tired to sleep. So, Maki said, leaning against the wall. Shinobi. Gods. Void energy. Just another Tuesday. Utahime smiled faintly. I'm still processing the part where we rode a giant talking toad across Tokyo. That was pretty weird, even for us. They shared a quiet laugh, the tension of the day briefly dissipating. You were impressive today, Utahime said after a moment. The way you handled those creatures. Me? What about you? That singing technique with the bells was genius. Utahime shrugged modestly. It just felt right. Like the bells were waiting for someone to give them a voice. They fell into comfortable silence. Around them, the operations center continued to buzz with activity, but in their corner, a small bubble of calm persisted. So tomorrow we check out this temple, Maki said eventually. With our new void god friend. Do you trust him? Utahime asked quietly. Maki considered this. I don't know. But he saved our lives today. And he seems genuinely concerned about these barriers. There's something sad about him, Utahime observed. All that time alone in the void, watching over worlds he couldn't be part of. Yeah, well, we've all got our sob stories, Maki replied, but without her usual edge. Let's see what tomorrow brings. Across the room, Naruto stood by a window, gazing out at the night sky. The stars seemed different to him now, closer, more immediate than they had for centuries. Being in physical form again, feeling hunger and exhaustion and the simple sensation of air on skin, it was overwhelming. The world had changed so much in his absence. And yet, in fundamental ways, it remained the same. People still fought. Still protected what they loved. Still faced darkness with courage. He thought of Maki and Utahime, of their bravery in the face of the unknown. They reminded him of friends long gone, determined, skilled, unafraid to challenge even a god. Tomorrow they would begin the real work of repairing the barriers. But tonight, for the first time in centuries, Naruto Uzumaki felt something like hope. Outside, unnoticed by any of them, a small crack appeared in the courtyard of Jujutsu High. From it, a wisp of energy escaped, not cursed energy, not chakra, but something in between. It hovered for a moment, then dispersed into the night air. The convergence had been stopped, but its effects lingered. And somewhere, in the spaces between worlds, something ancient stirred, awakened by the disturbance. The battle had only just begun. Chapter 2, Shadow-packed 3 days after the museum incident, Tokyo had achieved a brittle normalcy. Streets cleared of debris, broken windows covered with plastic sheeting, news reports attributing the chaos to unprecedented meteorological phenomena and mass hallucinations. Humans excel at denial when faced with the impossible. Maki perched on a skyscraper's edge, binoculars trained on the Sukuna Corporation headquarters across the street. 52 floors of gleaming glass and steel, security checkpoints at every entrance, and a publicly sterling reputation for medical research and technological innovation. Anything? Utahime's voice came through her earpiece. Same as yesterday. Standard security rotations. No obvious curse techniques or barriers. Maki adjusted her focus to the top floor executive suite. But something's definitely off about this place. After investigating 7 anomaly sites across Tokyo, they traced a pattern. Each disturbance connected to the Sukuna Corporation in some way, funding for the museum exhibition, ownership of buildings where reality thinned, unusual energy readings from their research facilities. Naruto's in position, Utahime reported from her vantage point in a cafe across from the building's south entrance. Once we confirm your entry point, he'll create the diversion. Tell him not to level the building this time, Maki replied dryly. We need intel, not rubble. A soft laugh came through the earpiece. He promised to be subtle. Maki snorted. In the short time they'd known him, subtle wasn't a word she'd associate with the void god. Powerful, yes. Unpredictable, definitely. But not subtle. She spotted what she was looking for, a maintenance crew entering through a service door on the east side, their keycards clearing the security checkpoint. I've got our way in. East service entrance, maintenance uniforms. Maki lowered the binoculars. Let's do this. 20 minutes later, Maki and Utahime approached the service entrance wearing borrowed maintenance coveralls. Their timing was perfect, shift change created just enough confusion for them to blend in with workers returning from lunch. "Remember," Utahime murmured as they approached the checkpoint, "we're just looking for evidence. No unnecessary risks." Maki nodded absently, hand resting near the concealed sword strapped to her leg. The security guard barely glanced at their stolen badges before waving them through. "Too easy," Maki whispered once they were inside. "Where's the cursed energy barriers? The ninja guards? Something's wrong. Or we're not where we need to be yet," Utahime replied. "Elevators are this way." They navigated service corridors that ran behind the building's public face. Occasional glimpses through doorways revealed ordinary office spaces, employees at desks, meetings in progress, nothing suggesting supernatural research. Utahime led them to a service elevator. Research floors are supposed to be 30 through 40. But according to the building plans Gojo obtained, there's something strange about the 36th floor. Strange how? Officially it doesn't exist. The elevators go from 35 to 37. Maki raised an eyebrow. A hidden floor. That's not suspicious at all. They entered the elevator. Utahime pressed 35, and they began their ascent. "Naruto, we're heading up," Maki reported quietly. "Stand by for diversion if needed." "Understood," came his reply through their earpieces. "I'm monitoring energy fluctuations from outside. There's definitely something on the upper floors. Something familiar." The elevator stopped at 35, revealing a standard research floor, laboratories visible through glass walls, scientists in white coats moving between workstations. "Play it cool," Utahime murmured. "Maintenance check." They stepped out, careful to move with purpose while checking for any sign of extraordinary security. Nothing obvious presented itself, no curse techniques, no chakra barriers that Utahime could sense. "This way," Utahime nodded toward a nondescript door marked "Mechanical Access." Once inside the maintenance corridor, they found a utility ladder leading up to what should be the 36th floor. Maki went first, climbing swiftly to a sealed hatch. "Locked," she reported. "And?" She ran her fingers along the edge. "There's something else. Some kind of seal. Let me see." Utahime climbed up beside her, examining the hatch. "It's a barrier technique, but not pure jujitsu. The patterns are wrong." Her forehead creased in concentration. "It's layered with something else." "Chakra seals," Naruto's voice came through their earpieces. "I can feel them from here. Someone's combined fuinjutsu with jujitsu barriers. Can we break through without setting off alarms?" Maki asked. A pause. "Yes, but I'll need to help directly." "Hold on." They waited, Maki growing increasingly impatient on the narrow maintenance ladder. "This is taking two," she began. The air before them shimmered, and Naruto appeared, balanced impossibly on the ladder rung between them. "Sorry for the delay," he said. "Had to make sure I could teleport precisely enough not to materialize inside a wall." "Show off," Maki muttered, but moved slightly to give him space. Naruto examined the hatch, running his fingers over invisible seals. "Interesting. This is advanced work, someone who understands both systems deeply." He pressed his palm against the center of the hatch. "Gentle now. Key point is disrupting the resonance between the two energy types without triggering either one." His hand glowed faintly, void energy seeping into the seals like water into sand. The barrier rippled, shimmered, then faded. "There," he said quietly. "We have about 10 minutes before the system cycles and detects the breach." Maki didn't waste time. She pushed the hatch open and pulled herself through, finding a darkened corridor beyond. Utahime followed, then Naruto. Unlike the ordinary research floor below, this space felt wrong immediately. The air was heavier, slightly distorted, as if viewed through heat waves. The corridor stretched in both directions, doors placed at regular intervals, all unmarked. I'll go right, Maki decided. You two left. 10 minutes. Wait, Naruto cautioned. Something's not right here. He knelt, placing his palm flat on the floor. His eyes closed in concentration. The entire floor is shifting. Reality here is unstable. Utahime frowned. Like the anomaly sites? No. More controlled. Deliberate. Naruto stood. They're experimenting with the boundaries between worlds. Creating contained convergence points. For what purpose? Maki asked. Let's find out. He nodded toward the corridor. But stay together. This place could become dangerous quickly. They moved down the right corridor, checking doors as they went. Most were locked, but through small windows they glimpsed laboratories with strange equipment, devices that seemed to bend light around them, containers holding swirling energy, computers displaying incomprehensible data. Here, Naruto stopped suddenly before one door. Unlike the others, this one had no window. There's powerful energy behind this. Maki tried the handle. Locked. Step back. Before the others could object, she kicked the door hard enough to shatter the lock. It swung open, revealing a large circular chamber. The room's center held a containment unit, a transparent cylinder extending from floor to ceiling. Inside floated what appeared to be a human figure, but distorted, its form shifting constantly between different states. Sometimes solid, sometimes transparent, sometimes breaking apart into particles before reforming. Around the cylinder stood complex equipment, monitoring devices, and a control panel where two researchers worked with their backs to the door. They turned at the intrusion, startled. One immediately reached for an alarm button. Naruto moved faster than sight, appearing between the researchers and the controls. I wouldn't. The researchers froze, eyes widening as they took in his appearance, especially his eyes, which had shifted to their ringed Rinnegan state. Those eyes, one whispered. It's him. The Void God. Maki advanced, sword drawn. What is this place? What are you doing here? The researchers exchanged glances. The older one, a woman in her 50s with steel-gray hair, spoke carefully. Research. Harmless research into energy dynamics. Lie to someone who can't sense energy, Utahime cut in. This room is saturated with hybrid curse chakra signatures. What's in that container? Naruto approached the cylinder, studying the shifting figure within. His expression darkened. Not what? Who? He turned to the researchers. You're trying to create a stable hybrid entity. A vessel. The younger researcher, a man with anxious eyes, blurted out, it's revolutionary work. The fusion of two energy systems could advance humanity by centuries. It could destroy reality as we know it, Naruto countered. You have no idea what forces you're playing with. Maki stepped closer to the cylinder. Is that, a person in there? The female researcher straightened defensively. A volunteer. A terminal cancer patient who consented to experimental treatment. By turning them into a hybrid abomination. Utahime's voice sharpened with disgust. This isn't treatment. It's torture. Naruto placed his hand on the cylinder. The figure inside seemed to respond, its shifting form momentarily stabilizing, reaching toward him. They're conscious, he said quietly. Trapped between states of being. Neither fully here nor gone. His eyes narrowed. Who authorized this? Who's running these experiments? The researchers remained silent, but fear flickered across their faces. Fine. We'll find out ourselves. Maki moved to the computer terminal, but the screen suddenly went dark, security protocols activating. An alarm began to sound throughout the floor. Time's up, Utahime warned. We need to move. Naruto hadn't moved from the cylinder, still connecting with the entity inside. I can't leave them like this. Can you help them? Utahime asked. Yes. But it won't be pretty. He looked at the researchers. You might want to step back. The researchers didn't move, whether from defiance or fear. Naruto shrugged and placed both palms on the glass. Primordial style, soul severance. Golden cracks spread across the cylinder's surface. The entity inside convulsed, then gradually calmed as the cracks reached it. Its form stabilized briefly into that of an elderly man, eyes clear for perhaps the first time in months. He looked directly at Naruto and nodded once in understanding. The cylinder shattered, but instead of glass and liquid spilling forth, everything, container, entity, and the energy surrounding them, dissolved into particles of golden light that faded to nothing. What did you do? The female researcher demanded. Released him, Naruto answered simply. Gave him peace. The alarm continued blaring. Footsteps pounded in the corridor outside. Time to go, Maki declared, moving to the door. But not without answers. She grabbed the younger researcher by his lab coat. You're coming with us. Wait, he protested. They'll kill me if. The door burst open. Security forces poured in, not regular guards, but fighters with visible cursed energy techniques ready. Behind them came others moving with the distinctive grace of trained shinobi. So much for subtlety, Maki muttered, shoving the researcher behind her and raising her sword. Naruto stepped forward. We don't have time for this. He made a single-hand sign. The air compressed around them, and suddenly they were elsewhere, a storage room several floors down, judging by the boxes of office supplies. The researcher collapsed to his knees, gasping for breath. Utahime steadied herself against a shelf, fighting nausea from the abrupt teleportation. That's handy, Maki acknowledged, recovering quickly. But they'll lock down the building now. How do we get out? One problem at a time, Naruto replied. He crouched before the terrified researcher. What's your name? Dr. Shin Takeda, the man answered shakily. Please, I'm just a scientist. I didn't know what I was getting into. You were experimenting on a human being, Utahime said coldly. Creating a hybrid entity. Under orders. From Director Kano. Takeda's eyes darted nervously between them. The directive came from above, create a stable vessel capable of containing dual energy signatures. They said it was for medical applications. Naruto's expression remained neutral. When did these experiments begin? 6 months ago. After the artifacts arrived. What artifacts? Maki pressed. Ancient relics. Scrolls, weapons, strange devices. Director Kano said they were recovered from archaeological sites across Japan. Takeda swallowed hard. But they were different from anything I'd ever seen. The energy they contained, it wasn't normal. Shinobi artifacts, Naruto concluded. Objects that remained in this world when the separation occurred. They would have retained chakra signatures. Where are these artifacts now? Utahime asked. Research Lab 4, 2 floors down. But it's heavily guarded. Maki helped the scientist to his feet. Then that's where we're going next. We should leave, Utahime objected. We've confirmed the corporation is conducting hybrid experiments. We can return with reinforcements. Naruto shook his head. If these artifacts are what I think they are, we can't risk leaving them. Some contain sealed entities or techniques that could be catastrophically dangerous if mishandled. Their earpieces crackled with static, then Gojo's voice came through. Hate to interrupt your shopping trip, but you've got company coming. A lot of company. Buildings being surrounded by both regular security and some interesting individuals with dual energy signatures. How many? Maki asked. Too many for a quiet exit. Time for Plan B. What's Plan B? Utahime asked warily. Gojo's smile was audible through the connection. The fun one. Outside the Sakuya building, chaos erupted as Gojo, Nanami, and several other jujitsu sorcerers engaged the security forces. The distraction was effective. Sensors and cameras throughout the building registered the external threat, drawing forces away from the upper floors. That's our window, Maki decided. Lab 4, grab what we can, then out. They left the storage room cautiously. The hallways were mostly empty, staff having evacuated or sheltered in place due to the alarms. Takeda led them to a service stairwell. 2 floors down, he directed nervously. But the lab requires biometric access. Will yours work? Utahime asked. Takeda shook his head. I'm not cleared for the artifact research. Then we'll have to improvise, Maki replied, starting down the stairs. They descended quickly, encountering no resistance until they reached the door to the 33rd floor. As they prepared to exit the stairwell, Naruto held up a hand in warning. Guards. 6 of them. Mixed energy signatures. Maki peered through the small window in the door, confirming Naruto's assessment. 6 guards patrolled the corridor, 3 with the fluid movements of trained shinobi, 3 with the distinctive posture of cursed technique users. How did they find people with chakra in this world? Utahime wondered. They didn't, Naruto replied grimly. They made them. Like the hybrid creatures we fought before, but more stable. More controlled. Can you teleport us past them? Maki asked. Naruto shook his head. Not without knowing exactly where we're going. And this floor has barrier techniques that would make it risky. Then we do this the old-fashioned way. Maki unsheathed her sword. Direct approach. Wait, Utahime interjected. She pulled several talismans from her pocket. Let me try something first. She began to sing softly, a haunting melody that seemed to resonate with the talismans in her hand. They glowed faintly, then dissolved into patterns of light that flowed under the door. Song of Confusion, she explained. It should disorient them temporarily. They watched through the window as the guards suddenly stopped, looking around in confusion. Some pressed hands to their temples, others began checking random doorways as if unsure what they were guarding. Impressive, Naruto acknowledged. It won't last long, Utahime warned. Maybe 2 minutes. They slipped through the door, moving quickly past the disoriented guards. Takeda led them down a series of corridors, finally stopping before a heavily reinforced door marked Research Lab 4, authorized personnel only. A security panel beside the door required both keycard and fingerprint authentication. Now what? Takeda whispered anxiously. We can't get in without, Naruto stepped forward, placing his palm against the panel. Void energy seeped into the device, causing it to spark and smoke slightly. The red light turned green, and the door clicked open. Handy trick, Maki commented, pushing the door wide. The lab beyond was larger than expected, a cavernous space filled with examination tables, complex instruments, and numerous display cases. Each case contained what appeared to be ancient artifacts, scrolls, weapons, strange devices with arcane symbols. Spread out, Naruto directed. Look for anything with active energy signatures. Particularly scrolls with red sealing marks or weapons with character inscriptions. They moved through the lab, Takeda trailing nervously behind Utahime. Maki examined a display of kunai and shuriken, ordinary-looking weapons except for the faint blue glow emanating from some of them. These are charged with chakra, she observed. Training weapons, Naruto confirmed from across the room. Not dangerous by themselves, but evidence they're trying to recreate shinobi techniques. Utahime stopped before a glass case containing what appeared to be a ceremonial mask. Unlike the other artifacts, this one radiated visible dark energy. This one feels wrong, she said quietly. The cursed energy pattern is unlike anything I've encountered. Naruto joined her, his expression darkening as he recognized the mask. Death God Mask. It creates a portal to the stomach of the Shinigami, a death deity from my world. Extremely dangerous. What's it used for? Maki asked, joining them. Sealing souls at the cost of a user's life. A forbidden technique. Naruto's eyes narrowed. The fact that they have this, they must have raided sacred sites. A soft click from the lab's entrance caught their attention. The door had sealed shut again, and red warning lights began flashing from ceiling-mounted sensors. They know we're here, Takeda said nervously. Secondary security protocol. The lights in the lab dimmed, then emergency lighting activated, bathing everything in an eerie red glow. Display cases throughout the room suddenly activated protective measures, reinforced glass shields sliding into place, locking mechanisms engaging. They're securing the artifacts, Utahime realized. Or containing us, Maki countered, moving to the door. It wouldn't budge. Definitely containing us. A voice came over the lab's intercom system, calm, cultured, female. Unauthorized personnel in Research Lab 4. Please remain where you are. Security measures have been activated for your safety. Naruto moved to the center of the room, eyes scanning systematically. This isn't just a security response. The energy pattern is changing. They're activating something. As if confirming his assessment, the artifacts throughout the room began to glow, faint at first, then with increasing intensity. Chakra signatures from the shinobi relics resonated with cursed energy patterns in the room's architecture. They're using the lab itself as an amplifier, Naruto said urgently. Creating a controlled convergence point. Why would they? Utahime began, then gasped as reality rippled visibly around them. They're trying to trap us in a dimensional pocket. Takeda backed away in horror. This wasn't in any protocol I knew about. What's happening? Your employers are more knowledgeable than you realized, Naruto told him grimly. They prepared this specifically to contain powerful entities. Probably hope to capture hybrid creatures for study. His mouth curved in a humorless smile. They didn't expect to catch a void god instead. The ripples intensified. Through them, glimpses of other places flickered, a forest with massive trees, a mountain range unlike any in Japan, a desert beneath strange stars. Fragments of my world, Naruto identified. The convergence is pulling through random locations. Maki unsheathed her sword. So how do we stop it? We don't. Naruto's eyes had shifted to their Rinnegan state. We use it. He moved to the central control panel, hands moving over the equipment with surprising familiarity. They've created a two-way bridge. Unstable, but usable. Instead of fighting it, we redirect it. To where? Utahime asked nervously. Somewhere safe. Naruto's fingers flew across the controls. But we need to hurry. Once the convergence fully activates, I won't be able to control it. The lab door suddenly bulged inward, metal bending under tremendous force. Someone, or something, was trying to break through. Company's coming, Maki warned, taking up a defensive position. Naruto continued working, void energy flowing from his hands into the equipment. Almost there. The convergence point is accepting the new coordinates. The door exploded inward. Through the smoke stepped a figure that made Takeda cry out in terror. Director Kano. The woman who entered appeared ordinary at first glance, mid-60s, elegant in an expensive suit, silver hair cut in a precise bob. But her eyes glowed with dual energy, chakra and cursed energy swirling in uncanny patterns. Naruto Uzumaki, she said, voice eerily calm. The void god himself. What an unexpected honor. More figures entered behind her, the hybrid guards from before, now moving with unified purpose. Naruto straightened from the control panel. You know who I am. Of course. Director Kano smiled thinly. We've been studying the separation event for decades. Your name appears in both shinobi scrolls and ancient jujitsu texts. She glanced around the lab with proprietary satisfaction. Though I admit, we never expected you to simply walk into our facility. You're playing with forces you don't understand, Naruto warned. The convergence you're trying to create will destroy both worlds. Dramatic, but inaccurate, Kano replied. Our research indicates a controlled convergence is quite possible. Beneficial, even. Her gaze sharpened. With the right vessel, of course. Maki stepped forward, sword ready. Is that what the human experiments were for? Creating vessels? Crude early attempts, Kano admitted without remorse. The latest prototypes are much more promising. In fact. She smiled at Naruto. You've arrived just in time to witness our greatest achievement. She made a gesture, and two guards dragged forward a struggling figure, a young woman with distinctive clan markings on her face. Maki, Utahime, Naruto said quietly, get ready to move. Kano's smile widened. Allow me to introduce Kasumi Otsutsuki. A distant descendant of your old friends, Naruto. We found her in a remote mountain village, unaware of her heritage or potential. The young woman glared defiantly, though fear showed in her eyes. Markings like pale veins spread across her skin, pulsing with chakra. What have you done to her? Naruto demanded, tension evident in his voice. Awakened her birthright. With some enhancements. Kano's expression turned calculating. Otsutsuki DNA combined with cursed techniques creates fascinating results. She's our most stable hybrid yet. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Release her. Now. I'm afraid not. She's far too valuable. Kano turned to her guards. Secure the intruders. Non-lethal measures for Uzumaki, we need him intact. The others are expendable. The guards moved forward. Maki readied her sword, while Utahime began a low, dangerous melody that made the air vibrate around her. Naruto's hand shot out toward the control panel. Now. The convergence equipment suddenly flared with blinding light. Reality warped around them, the lab seeming to stretch and compress simultaneously. What are you doing? Kano demanded, genuine alarm in her voice. You're destabilizing the convergence point. I'm redirecting it, Naruto replied calmly. Thank you for providing the bridge. The light intensified, enveloping Naruto, Maki, and Utahime. The last thing they saw was Kano's expression of fury as she lunged forward, too late. The world dissolved around them, reformed, dissolved again. For what felt like eternity but was likely only seconds, they existed in a state of pure potential, neither here nor there. Then solid ground materialized beneath their feet. Trees surrounded them, massive trees unlike any in modern Japan, towering hundreds of feet into the air. The air smelled different, cleaner, charged with unfamiliar energy. Where are we? Maki demanded, looking around warily. Naruto inhaled deeply, an expression of complex emotion crossing his face. Home. Or what was once home. He turned to them. Welcome to the shinobi world, or a fragment of it preserved in the void between dimensions. Utahime steadied herself against a tree trunk, adjusting to their new surroundings. You planned this? It was an opportunity, Naruto admitted. Kano's convergence machine created a temporary bridge. I simply changed where it led. He surveyed the forest canopy. This appears to be the outskirts of what was once the land of fire. So we're in your world now? Maki asked skeptically. Not exactly. The original shinobi world, like your world, still exists behind its barriers. This is more like an echo. A fragment preserved in the void when the worlds were separated. He began walking, indicating they should follow. A place between places. They moved through the forest, Naruto leading with the confidence of someone returning to familiar territory. After about 20 minutes, they emerged into a clearing where the remnants of structures stood, crumbling stone foundations, weathered wooden beams, all overgrown with vegetation. This was an outpost, Naruto explained, moving among the ruins. A way station for travelers between villages. He knelt, brushing aside vegetation to reveal a worn stone marker with faded symbols. It's been centuries, but some things endure. Why bring us here? Maki asked. We were in the middle of a mission. Which nearly got us captured or killed, Naruto pointed out. We needed to regroup, and I needed to confirm something. He looked up at the sky, where strange aurora-like patterns shifted across the blue. The barriers are thinner here. We can see the effects more clearly. Utahime studied their surroundings with growing concern. Those energy patterns, they're not natural. No, Naruto agreed. They're fractures. The same phenomenon we observed in Tokyo, but more pronounced here in the void. He stood. The separation is failing systemically, not just where Kano and her people are experimenting. Something fundamental has changed. So what now? Maki asked impatiently. We're stuck in this echo world. Only temporarily. I can create a path back, but I needed to see this place first. Naruto's expression grew distant. And I think I know who might have answers. Who? Utahime asked. An old acquaintance. Someone who helped create the original barriers. Naruto hesitated. If he still exists. And where do we find this acquaintance? Maki pressed. Naruto pointed north, where the forest gave way to more mountainous terrain. There. The sage's retreat. His expression turned grim. But I should warn you, he wasn't human even when I knew him. After centuries in the void. I can't predict what he's become. Great, Maki muttered. Another god. Not a god, Naruto corrected. A guardian, like me. But of knowledge rather than boundaries. They traveled north, the landscape growing increasingly strange. Gravity seemed to fluctuate slightly in certain areas. Occasionally they passed through patches where colors inverted briefly or sound behaved oddly. Naruto navigated these anomalies with practiced ease, warning them before each occurrence. As they walked, Maki moved alongside Utahime. You okay? That teleportation hit you pretty hard. Utahime nodded. I'm fine now. Just not used to having my molecules scrambled quite so frequently. She glanced at Naruto walking ahead of them. He seems different here. More. I don't know. Human. Maki considered this. This was his world. Makes sense he'd connect with it. It's more than that. Watch him. Maki observed Naruto as he moved through the forest. His posture had indeed changed, less the detached cosmic entity and more like a warrior returning to familiar ground. He touched trees as he passed, picked up fallen leaves, stopped occasionally to examine tracks or markings. Small actions that seemed oddly personal for someone who claimed to have transcended humanity. He misses it, Utahime said quietly. Being human. Being here. Then why stay in the void all those centuries? Duty, Utahime replied simply. He said he maintained the barriers. Protected both worlds. Maki frowned. At the cost of everything he was. Everything has a price, Naruto said without turning around, his enhanced hearing having caught their conversation. Some prices are worth paying. Utahime flushed slightly at being overheard. I didn't mean to, it's fine, Naruto interrupted, still walking. You're not wrong. Being here again is, affecting me more than I expected. He glanced back at them. The void changes you. Spending centuries as energy rather than flesh, existing everywhere and nowhere, you forget what it means to be singular. To be embodied. And now? Maki asked. Naruto smiled faintly. Now I remember what hunger feels like. Exhaustion. Pain. He flexed his fingers. The weight of a body. It's both limiting and. He searched for the word. Grounding. Their path led to the base of a mountain unlike any Maki or Utahime had seen before. Its surface shimmered slightly, as if not entirely solid, and strange symbols carved into the rock glowed with soft blue light. The sage's retreat, Naruto announced. Or what remains of it? No obvious entrance presented itself, just sheer rock face covered in glowing symbols. Now what? Maki asked. Naruto approached the mountain, placing his palm against one particular symbol. Now I knock. The symbol beneath his hand flared brightly. Others responded in sequence, creating a cascading pattern across the mountain's surface. The rock face shimmered, then simply ceased to be, revealing a passage leading into darkness. He remembers me, Naruto said, sounding faintly surprised. Come on. The passage led deep into the mountain, illuminated only by the same blue symbols that had adorned the exterior. After walking for several minutes, they emerged into a vast circular chamber that defied the mountain's apparent dimensions, far larger inside than should have been possible. The chamber's walls were lined with countless scrolls, books, and artifacts. Strange devices hung from the ceiling or stood on pedestals, some moving of their own accord, others emitting soft lights or sounds. At the center stood a simple wooden desk, and at the desk sat a figure. Not human, not even close. Its form shifted constantly between different aspects, sometimes an elderly man with a long beard, sometimes a creature of pure energy, sometimes a massive toad, sometimes things that human eyes couldn't properly process. Naruto Uzumaki, the being said, its voice somehow both ancient and young simultaneously. The last shinobi returns to what remains of his world. Naruto bowed slightly. Great sage. You've survived the centuries. The being's form settled momentarily into that of an elderly man, though his eyes glowed with inhuman knowledge. Not survived. Evolved. As have you. He turned his attention to Maki and Utahime. And you've brought visitors from the other side. How novel. Maki stood her ground despite the otherworldly presence. You know why we're here? Of course. The barriers weaken. The separation fails. The sage's form shifted briefly to something reptilian before returning to human. The question is whether that's a crisis or an opportunity. People are dying, Utahime said firmly. Worlds are destabilizing. How is that an opportunity? The sage smiled, revealing too many teeth for a human mouth. Perspective, young curse user. Perspective. He turned back to Naruto. You've maintained the separation admirably, old friend. But perhaps it has served its purpose. Naruto frowned. The original purpose was to prevent mutual destruction. That threat hasn't changed. Hasn't it? The sage rose from his desk, his form growing taller, more ethereal. Both worlds have evolved in isolation. New balances have emerged. Perhaps a controlled reconnection, that's what Kano and her organization are attempting, Naruto interrupted. Creating hybrid entities, experimenting with convergence points. It's destabilizing reality, not reshaping it. Ah, yes. The Sukuna Corporation. The sage waved a hand, and an image appeared in the air, a perfect representation of Director Kano standing in the laboratory they'd just escaped. Ambitious but limited in vision. They seek power, not transcendence. You know about them? Utahime asked, surprised. I observe both worlds from this place between. Knowledge is my domain. The sage gestured, and more images appeared, Kano meeting with shadowy figures, laboratories where hybrid creatures were created, training facilities where humans with chakra-enhanced abilities practiced alongside curse users. They've been at this for years, Maki realized. Building an army. Preparing for the convergence, the sage corrected. They believe they're creating a new order that will rule when the worlds merge. But that's not what will happen, Naruto stated flatly. No. The sage's expression turned grave. Total convergence without proper guidance would create chaos beyond imagining. Reality itself would fragment. Both worlds would cease to exist as coherent dimensions. Then help us stop it, Utahime urged. You created the barriers originally. You must know how to repair them. The sage studied her thoughtfully. The barriers cannot be repaired as they were. Too much has changed. He turned to Naruto. You felt it, haven't you? The void itself is different now. Naruto nodded reluctantly. It's become more permeable. Less absolute. I attributed it to the convergence attempts, but it began before that, the sage interrupted. A natural evolution. The void, like all things, changes over time. The absolute separation we created was always temporary. So what's the solution? Maki demanded. If we can't fix the barriers and we can't let the worlds merge, what's left? The sage smiled enigmatically. A third path. Not separation. Not convergence. Coexistence. Explain, Naruto prompted. The sage moved to a large scroll hanging on the far wall. With a gesture, it unrolled itself, revealing complex diagrams and symbols. The original separation created absolute barriers with the void between. What we need now is a controlled interface, a membrane rather than a wall. Allowing limited, regulated exchange while maintaining the fundamental integrity of both dimensions. Is that even possible? Utahime asked skeptically. With the right focus, yes. The sage looked directly at Naruto. A living focus. Someone who exists in both states. Who understands both worlds. Understanding dawned on Naruto's face. Me. You want me to become the membrane? You already are, the sage replied simply. You've been the primary maintainer of the barriers for centuries. This would simply change the nature of your role. Maki stepped forward. Wait. What would that mean for him? Would he be trapped between worlds permanently? Not trapped, the sage corrected. Transcendent. Able to move between at will, but always connected to both. Always serving as the regulating force. And the cost? Naruto asked quietly. The sage's expression softened. Substantial. Your current reconnection with your humanity would have to be modified. Not abandoned, but transformed. You would be neither fully human nor fully void. Something new. Silence fell over the chamber as they absorbed this information. There has to be another way, Utahime said finally. One that doesn't require such sacrifice. The sage shrugged, his form momentarily becoming mist-like before re-solidifying. Perhaps. But time grows short. The Sukuna Corporation has accelerated the natural convergence process dramatically. Without intervention, catastrophic breakdown will occur within days. Days? Maki repeated incredulously. We thought we had longer. Their latest experiment, the Otsutsuki descendant you encountered, has created a cascading resonance effect. Even now, reality thins dangerously in multiple locations. Naruto paced the chamber, processing this information. I need time to consider this. Of course. The sage returned to his desk. But before you leave, there's something else you should know. His expression grew more serious. Director Kano is not working alone. Her organization is merely the public face of something older. Something that has existed in the shadows since the original separation. What do you mean? Naruto asked. The sage gestured again. A new image formed, a symbol of a cracked moon above a rippled pool. The Convergent Society, the sage explained. Founded centuries ago by individuals from both worlds who opposed the separation. They've worked across generations toward a single goal, reunification of the dimensions. That's impossible, Naruto objected. No human could have survived from that time. Not survived. Succeeded. The sage's eyes gleamed. They passed their knowledge down, recruited from both sides of the barrier, preserved artifacts and techniques from both worlds. And Kano is their current leader? Utahime asked. One of several. The society has branches in both worlds, communicating through the thinning void. The sage dismissed the images with a wave. Their resources are vast, their knowledge dangerous. And now, with the barriers naturally weakening, they've accelerated their plans. Maki turned to Naruto. We need to get back. Warn the others. Naruto nodded slowly, still processing everything they'd learned. Great sage, can you show us what's happening in Tokyo now? How far the destabilization has progressed? Of course. The sage waved a hand, and the air before them shimmered. An image formed of Tokyo, but not as they'd left it. Strange aurora-like patterns filled the sky, similar to those they'd seen in this fragment world but much larger, more intense. Buildings wavered in and out of focus. In some areas, gravity appeared altered, objects and even people floating uncontrollably. Jujitsu sorcerers fought creatures that were clearly not normal curses, hybrid entities emerging from tears in reality. It's already starting, Utahime whispered. The convergence. Partial and unstable, the sage confirmed. These are just the first manifestations. As the barriers continue to weaken, the effects will intensify exponentially. Can you send us back? Naruto asked. Directly to Tokyo? To the Jujitsu school, yes. It remains relatively stable, protected by its barriers. The sage rose. But first, take these. He moved to a cabinet and removed 3 small objects, crystals that glowed with inner light. He handed one to each of them. Dimensional anchors. They'll help you maintain your integrity as reality fluctuates. Even you, Naruto, will need this protection in the coming chaos. Thank you, Naruto said, pocketing the crystal. For everything. The sage inclined his head. I've existed in this in-between state for centuries, observing both worlds. Perhaps it's time for things to change. His gaze met Naruto's. Consider my proposal carefully. There may be no other way. I will, Naruto promised. The sage raised his hands. Energy swirled around him, forming complex patterns in the air. The path is open. It will take you to your jujitsu school. Go quickly. Before them, a portal opened, a perfect circle showing the courtyard of Jujitsu High on the other side. One last thing, the sage said as they prepared to step through. The Otsutsuki descendant. Kasumi. She is more important than even Kano realizes. Her bloodline makes her the perfect vessel, not just for hybrid energy, but for something far more dangerous. What? Naruto asked sharply. An old enemy. One you thought destroyed long ago. The sage's form began to fade, becoming transparent. Find her before they complete the ritual. Or all is lost. With that cryptic warning, the sage vanished completely, leaving only the portal before them. Well, that was suitably dramatic and vague, Maki commented. Any idea what old enemy he's talking about? Naruto's expression had darkened. Several possibilities. None of them good. He gestured to the portal. We should go. Utahime hesitated, looking around the chamber one last time. All this knowledge, just sitting here between worlds. It seems wrong somehow. The sage has his own purpose, Naruto replied. Just as I have mine. They stepped through the portal together, experiencing a brief disorienting sensation before their feet touched solid ground in the Jujitsu High courtyard. The contrast with what they'd just seen in the sage's vision was jarring. Here, everything seemed normal, students training in the distance, the school buildings intact, the sky clear and ordinary. Only the enhanced barriers shimmering faintly around the perimeter indicated anything unusual. Gojo materialized beside them almost instantly, his casual posture belied by the tension in his voice. Well, look who finally decided to join the party. Things got interesting while you were gone. How long were we away? Utahime asked. 3 days, Gojo replied. Long enough for half of Tokyo to start experiencing what the higher-ups are calling localized reality distortions. His blindfolded face turned to Naruto. You're doing? Not directly, Naruto answered. But related to what we're facing. The barriers between worlds are failing faster than anticipated. So I gathered from the buildings floating upside down in Shibuya. Gojo gestured toward the main building. Everyone's waiting inside. War Council time. As they walked, Maki moved closer to Utahime. You okay? You've been quiet. Utahime's expression was troubled. Just processing everything. The sage, that other world, what he said about Naruto's choice. She glanced ahead where Naruto and Gojo walked, deep in conversation. What he might have to become to save everyone. Yeah. Maki's usual brusqueness softened slightly. Heavy stuff. It just seems unfair. After centuries of sacrifice, to ask even more of him. Maki studied her with mild surprise. You've grown fond of our void god. Haven't you? Utahime countered. He's not what I expected. He's still human, in ways that matter. They entered the main building, finding the conference room transformed into a crisis center. Maps of Tokyo covered the walls, marked with red dots indicating anomaly sites that had multiplied drastically since their departure. Jujutsu sorcerers and students worked at computers, monitored communication channels, prepared equipment. Principal Yaga approached as they entered. Good, you're back. The situation has deteriorated significantly. We know, Naruto replied. We've learned important information about what's happening and who's behind it. The Sukuna Corporation, Nanami stated from a nearby workstation. We've been investigating them since your disappearance. Their facilities throughout Tokyo have increased activity dramatically. They're just the public face, Maki explained. Behind them is something called the Convergence Society, a group that's been working toward merging the worlds for centuries. This revelation caused a stir among the assembled sorcerers. What exactly would that mean? Yaga asked. These worlds merging. Naruto moved to the central table, gesturing for everyone to gather around. Initially. Exactly what you're already seeing, reality becoming unstable, physics breaking down in localized areas, barriers between dimensions thinning. His expression darkened. Eventually. Complete collapse of both dimensional structures. The end of both worlds as coherent realities. And these convergence people want this? Mei asked skeptically. Seems counterproductive if they'll be destroyed too. They believe they can control it, Utahime explained. Create a new stable reality with themselves in power. Can they? Gojo asked, directing the question to Naruto. No. The energies involved are too vast, too fundamentally opposed. They might create temporary stability in small areas, but the larger collapse would continue. So what's our play? Nanami asked practically. The Sukuna Corporation is preparing for something big, Naruto replied. Using a descendant of the Otsutsuki clan as a vessel. We need to find her and stop whatever ritual they're planning. Otsutsuki? Yaga questioned. A clan from my world with unique abilities, Naruto explained. Their bloodline makes them exceptionally compatible with both chakra and, apparently, cursed energy. We've located their main research facility, Nanami reported, pointing to a location on one of the maps. Former military installation outside the city, repurposed as a private research campus. Satellite imagery shows massive power consumption and unusual security measures. That's where they'll conduct the ritual, Naruto confirmed. How soon can we move? We're already preparing, Gojo replied. 2 teams, one as a direct assault to draw attention, one infiltration team to locate this Otsutsuki woman and extract her. I'll lead the infiltration, Naruto stated. With Maki and Utahime, if they're willing. Maki nodded immediately. Obviously. Utahime hesitated only briefly before nodding as well. Yes. Good, Gojo said. I'll lead the assault team with Nanami, Mei, and the others. We leave at nightfall. As the meeting continued, detailing tactical approaches and contingency plans, Utahime slipped away briefly. She found a quiet corner of the building, a small meditation room rarely used by students. The events of the past days, the other world, the sage, the looming catastrophe, had left her feeling overwhelmed. She sat on a cushion, closing her eyes, attempting to center herself through breathing exercises. After a few minutes, she sensed someone enter. Mind if I join you? Maki asked, unusually subdued. Utahime opened her eyes, nodding. Maki sat on the cushion opposite her, placing her sword carefully beside her. Not like you to seek out quiet corners, Utahime observed. Maki shrugged. Not like any of us to visit other dimensions and chat with ancient sages, either. Strange times. Indeed. Utahime studied her companion's face. You're worried about tonight. Aren't you? Maki countered. We're infiltrating a facility run by people who've been planning world domination for centuries, to rescue a woman who's being turned into some kind of divine vessel, while reality literally falls apart around us. She gave a short laugh. Just another Tuesday, right? Utahime smiled despite herself. When you put it that way. They sat in comfortable silence for a moment before Maki spoke again. What the sage said about Naruto, about what he might have to become. Do you think he'll do it? Yes, Utahime replied without hesitation. He's already sacrificed centuries for these worlds. He'll do what's necessary. Even if it means giving up his humanity again. Just when he's starting to remember what it means to be human. Utahime's expression softened. That's what makes him who he is. The willingness to sacrifice. It's not fair, Maki said quietly, echoing Utahime's earlier sentiment. No. It's not. Another silence fell between them, heavier this time. If this goes sideways tonight. Maki began, then stopped, uncharacteristically uncertain. Yes. Utahime prompted. Maki looked directly at her, abandoning her usual gruff demeanor. I'm glad you're with me. For whatever that's worth. The simple admission caught Utahime off guard. In their time working together, Maki had always maintained emotional distance, professional respect but little personal warmth. It's worth a great deal, Utahime replied softly. And I feel the same. Maki nodded once, awkward but sincere, then stood. We should get ready. Briefing starts in 20 minutes. As she turned to leave, Utahime caught her hand. The contact was brief but electric, sending an unmistakable current between them. Their eyes met, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Be careful tonight, Utahime said simply. Always am, Maki replied with a hint of her usual confidence, but she squeezed Utahime's hand before letting go. The briefing was concise and methodical. Satellite imagery showed the Sukuna facility, a sprawling complex surrounded by forested mountains, accessible by a single road. Security appeared formidable, multiple checkpoints, patrol patterns, and what Gojo identified as barrier techniques surrounding the perimeter. The assault team will approach from the main road, Nanami explained, pointing to the map. Making no attempt at stealth. Our goal is to draw as much attention and response as possible. Meanwhile, Gojo continued, the infiltration team will approach from the North Ridge, here. Satellite shows minimal security coverage in this sector, likely due to the difficult terrain. Once inside, Naruto took over, we locate Kasumi Otsutsuki. Based on what we know about convergence rituals, they'll want her at the facility center, likely underground where energy can be most easily contained and directed. What about Director Kano and other Convergence Society leaders? Utahime asked. Secondary objectives, Gojo replied. Stopping the ritual takes priority. But if the opportunity arises to capture or neutralize key figures, take it. The briefing concluded with equipment distribution. Communication devices, protective talismans, and for Maki and Utahime, the dimensional anchor crystals from the sage, now incorporated into simple necklaces. These will help stabilize you if reality fluctuates, Naruto explained. Keep them with you at all times. As twilight fell, they gathered in the courtyard. 2 vehicles waited, a large armored van for the assault team, a more discreet SUV for the infiltration team. The mood was somber but determined. Gojo approached Naruto before they departed. Just so we're clear, what exactly are we expecting once we stop this ritual? The barriers are still failing, right? Yes, Naruto confirmed. Stopping the ritual buys us time, but doesn't solve the underlying problem. And the solution? The sage's proposal? Naruto's expression remained neutral. Is being considered. Gojo studied him, even behind his blindfold, his perception was uncanny. It requires your sacrifice, doesn't it? Not sacrifice, Naruto corrected. Transformation. Same difference to those of us who might actually miss you as you are now. Gojo's usual flippancy carried an unusual undertone of sincerity. Naruto looked surprised. You hardly know me. I know enough. Gojo shrugged. Just saying, whatever cosmic choice you're weighing, factor in that some of us humans might prefer you stick around in a form we can share a drink with. With that, he walked away to join his team, leaving Naruto momentarily speechless. The drive to the Sukuna facility took just over an hour. The infiltration team parked their vehicle at a ranger station several miles from their target and continued on foot, navigating the forested ridge that would bring them to the facility's northern boundary. As they hiked, the reality distortions became increasingly apparent. Patches of forest where gravity seemed lighter, causing them to nearly float. Areas where colors shifted unnaturally or sounds echoed wrongly. Naruto guided them through these anomalies, the dimensional anchors providing noticeable protection. The barriers are extremely thin here, he observed as they paused atop a ridge overlooking the facility. They're deliberately weakening them for the ritual. The Sukuna complex spread below them, a collection of modernist buildings surrounded by high walls. Floodlights illuminated the perimeter, and guards patrolled in regular patterns. From their vantage point, they could see into a central courtyard where something massive was under construction, a circular platform surrounded by towering equipment. The convergence array, Naruto identified. Where they'll conduct the ritual. When does the assault team move in? Maki asked, checking her sword. As if in answer, a massive explosion rocked the southern edge of the complex. Alarms blared, and guards rushed toward the disturbance. More explosions followed, accompanied by flashes of cursed energy techniques. Now, Naruto said with a faint smile. Gojo never was subtle. Our window won't last long, Utahime warned. Once they realize it's a diversion. Then let's not waste time, Maki replied, already moving down the ridge toward the now less guarded northern wall. They approached the perimeter barrier, invisible to normal sight but glowing with complex patterns to Naruto and Utahime's enhanced perception. Hybrid barrier, Utahime confirmed. Cursed techniques layered with something else. Fuinjutsu, Naruto agreed. But rushed, imperfect. He placed his hand against the invisible wall. I can create an opening, but it will alert them eventually. Once we're through, we move quickly. Naruto's hand glowed with void energy that seemed to eat away at the barrier, creating a hole just large enough for them to pass through. They slipped inside the compound, keeping to shadows as they approached the main research building. The assault team had created perfect chaos. Most security personnel had been drawn to the southern perimeter, where flashes of cursed techniques and sounds of battle created a spectacular diversion. Occasionally they glimpsed Gojo's distinctive infinity technique or Nanami's methodical 7:3 attacks cutting through defenses. They reached a side entrance to the main building, finding it locked but unguarded. Maki made short work of the lock with a small explosive tag Naruto had provided. Inside, the facility resembled the Sukuna Corporation's Tokyo headquarters, clinical white corridors, laboratory spaces visible through glass walls, research equipment humming quietly. But unlike the corporate headquarters, this facility featured a more obvious hybrid of technologies, modern scientific instruments alongside arrays of sealing tags, cursed energy containers, and devices that pulsed with chakra. Underground, Naruto reminded them. We need to find access to the lower levels. They moved through the corridors cautiously, encountering surprisingly little resistance. Most personnel had either evacuated or joined the defense against the assault team. Too easy, Maki muttered as they located an elevator requiring security clearance. They've concentrated their forces on the ritual, Naruto explained, placing his palm against the elevator's control panel. The convergence is their priority now, not facility security. The elevator responded to his void energy, doors sliding open. Inside, the panel showed 5 basement levels. Which one? Utahime asked. The deepest, Naruto replied. They'll want maximum containment for the energies they're working with. The elevator descended smoothly to B5. When the doors opened, they immediately knew they'd found the right place. The air itself felt wrong, heavy, charged with competing energy signatures that created visual distortions. The corridor before them pulsed with unnatural light, reality rippling visibly in places. The barriers are paper-thin here, Naruto warned. Stay close to me. They advanced cautiously. Unlike the upper floors, this level was designed for a single purpose, channeling and controlling massive energy. Conduits ran along walls and ceilings, glowing with alternating patterns of chakra and cursed energy. Equipment lined the corridors, monitoring devices, stabilization arrays, emergency containment systems. A low vibration ran through the floor, building in intensity as they approached what appeared to be the central chamber. The doors were massive, reinforced metal inscribed with complex sealing patterns. They've already started, Naruto realized, his expression grim. The preliminary phases of the ritual. Can we still stop it? Utahime asked. Yes, but it won't be simple. Once a convergence ritual begins, interrupting it creates its own dangers. He studied the door's seals. I can get us in, but be prepared for anything. The energies inside will be extreme. Naruto placed both hands on the door, void energy flowing outward to neutralize the seals. The massive doors slowly swung inward, revealing the chamber beyond. The space was enormous, a domed cavern that must have been hollowed from the bedrock beneath the facility. In its center stood a raised platform where a complex array of machinery, sealing circles, and energy conduits converged. Atop the platform, suspended in a column of swirling energy, floated Kasumi Otsutsuki. The young woman's appearance had changed dramatically since they'd seen her at the Tokyo facility. Her skin now glowed with pale blue light, veins of energy visible beneath the surface. Her eyes had transformed completely, white with concentric ripple patterns similar to Naruto's Rinnegan. She appeared conscious but entranced, her gaze fixed on some point beyond normal perception. Around the platform, a dozen figures in ceremonial robes worked at control stations, monitoring the energy flow. At the primary console stood Director Kano, her attention focused on displays showing increasingly destabilized energy patterns. The final convergence point is forming, she was saying. Containment holding at 82%. Prepare for the primary invocation. None of them had noticed the intruders yet, too absorbed in the ritual's delicate processes. Naruto assessed the situation quickly. The energy column is a direct connection to the void between worlds. They're using Kasumi as a conduit, channeling the converging energies through her Otsutsuki bloodline. How do we stop it? Maki asked, hand on her sword. Disrupt the equipment maintaining the energy flow, Naruto replied. But carefully, a sudden collapse could trigger a dimensional shockwave. And the girl? Utahime questioned. I'll handle her extraction. Once the energy flow is interrupted, there will be a moment when she's vulnerable but before the system collapses. His expression hardened. Now. They moved together, no longer concerned with stealth. Maki targeted the right side of the chamber, Utahime the left, while Naruto headed directly for the central platform. Chaos erupted instantly. Alarms blared as security systems detected their presence. The robed figures abandoned their stations, some revealing themselves as hybrid guards similar to those they'd encountered in Tokyo, others as more conventional security personnel. Maki engaged the guards with fluid efficiency, her sword cutting through equipment and opponents alike. These controls are linked to the energy conduits, she called, destroying a bank of machinery. Targeting the junction points. Utahime began to sing, her voice carrying power that materialized as visible sound waves disrupting the energy patterns on her side of the chamber. Where her technique touched the hybrid machinery, it sparked and failed, energy connections destabilizing. Director Kano spotted them from her position at the main console. Intruders. Protect the convergence array. Her gaze fixed on Naruto as he approached the central platform. Uzumaki. You're too late. The void breach is already forming. Indeed, above Kasumi's suspended form, reality itself seemed to be tearing, a dark rift opening in the air, edges crackling with competing energies. Through it, glimpses of another place were visible, not the void, but somewhere else. Somewhere wrong. What are you doing, Kano? Naruto demanded, advancing despite the guards moving to intercept him. This isn't just convergence. You're creating a gateway. Kano's face contorted with fervent intensity. Of course. The convergence is just the means. The true goal has always been to bring back what was lost, to restore what you and the others banished centuries ago. Understanding dawned on Naruto's face. The Otsutsuki. You're trying to bring back the Otsutsuki clan. Not just any Otsutsuki, Kano replied, triumphant. The greatest of them all. The one who nearly succeeded in uniting all dimensions under a single rule. Naruto's expression hardened. Kaguya. The name hung in the air, heavy with meaning. Above them, the rift widened further, and a pale hand emerged from the darkness beyond. Stop this now. Naruto shouted, void energy gathering around him. You have no idea what you're unleashing. I know exactly what I'm unleashing, Kano retorted. A god who will reshape both worlds into something greater. Naruto lunged forward, but hybrid guards intercepted him, these more powerful than any they'd faced before. They moved with coordinated precision, combining cursed techniques with chakra-enhanced physical attacks. Across the chamber, Maki had destroyed nearly half the energy conduits on her side, causing the system to fluctuate. The column surrounding Kasumi flickered but held. Utahime continued her disruptive song, her technique growing more powerful as she targeted specific frequency points in the energy matrix. The system's destabilizing, one of the robed technicians called to Kano. Containment down to 64%. Accelerate the final phase, Kano ordered. We only need to maintain stability until the gateway fully opens. The rift above Kasumi widened further. The hand withdrew, replaced by a face, beautiful, alien, with the same pale eyes as the suspended vessel beneath. Kaguya Otsutsuki began to emerge from the dimensional tear. Naruto dispatched the last of the guards blocking his path, his movements increasingly desperate. Maki. Utahime. The gateway. Focus everything on disrupting it. They redirected their efforts, Maki targeting the machinery directly beneath the rift, Utahime sending sound waves upward to disrupt the energy patterns maintaining the tear. Kano saw their strategy and moved to counter it, pressing emergency controls that diverted power to reinforcing the gateway connection. You're too late. She's already coming through. Naruto reached the base of the central platform, void energy gathering around him in visible waves. No, she's not. He slammed his palms onto the platform's surface. Primordial style, void severance. Cracks of golden light spread across the platform, racing up toward the energy column. Where they touched the machinery, systems failed catastrophically. The energy column flickered violently, its cohesion failing. Kasumi, still suspended within it, cried out, the first sound they'd heard from her. Her eyes focused suddenly, the trance broken. "Help me," she called, reaching toward Naruto. "It's inside me. She's inside me. Hold on." Naruto called back, continuing to channel void energy into the platform's foundations. The cracks spread faster, golden light consuming the technological and mystical infrastructure. Above, Kagaya's partially emerged form hissed in frustration. Her face contorted with rage as she felt the gateway destabilizing. "Uzumaki," she snarled, her voice otherworldly and distorted. "Not again." The rift began to contract, energy patterns collapsing inward. Kagaya fought against it, reaching her arms through the narrowing opening, attempting to pull herself fully into this dimension. "No!" Kano screamed, frantically working the remaining controls. "We're so close." The goddess returns. Naruto had reached the energy column. With a final surge of void power, he shattered its containment completely. Kasumi fell, the energy that had suspended her dissipating. Naruto caught her before she hit the platform, immediately wrapping her in a protective layer of void energy. "Maki! Utahime! Now!" he shouted. They converged on the platform from opposite sides. Maki's sword cut through the final power couplings while Utahime's song reached a crescendo that shattered the remaining energy matrices. The rift contracted violently, beginning to collapse. Kagaya's face twisted in hatred as she was pulled backward. "This isn't over, Uzumaki. The barriers fall. I will return." With a sound like reality tearing, the rift slammed closed. The sudden energy release created a shockwave that knocked everyone off their feet, shattered remaining equipment, and plunged the chamber into darkness. Emergency lighting activated seconds later, bathing the ruined ritual space in red. The platform had collapsed partially, machinery smoldering or destroyed completely. Of Kano and her robed assistants, there was no sign, likely caught in the dimensional shockwave. Naruto knelt on what remained of the platform, still holding Kasumi. The young woman was unconscious but breathing, her skin no longer glowing, though faint markings remained, evidence of her Otsutsuki heritage and what she'd endured. Maki and Utahime picked themselves up, assessing for injuries as they made their way to Naruto. "Is she alive?" Utahime asked, gesturing to Kasumi. Naruto nodded. "Yes. But changed. She was connected directly to the void and to Kagaya's essence. The effects won't be easily undone." "What about Kagaya?" Maki asked. "Is she gone?" "For now." The gateway collapsed before she could fully manifest. Naruto's expression remained troubled. But she was closer than she should have been able to get. "The barriers are failing faster than even I realized." The facility shuddered around them, structural damage from the energy release threatening its integrity. "We need to move," Maki urged. "This place is coming down." Naruto gathered Kasumi in his arms. "There's an easier way out than fighting back through the facility." He closed his eyes briefly, concentrating. A small tear appeared in the air before them, nothing like the violent rift from before, but a controlled opening. "A direct path to the surface," he explained. "The barriers are so thin here it requires minimal effort." They stepped through the opening, emerging directly into the facility's central courtyard. The scene outside was one of controlled chaos. The assault team had neutralized most of the security forces. Gojo stood calmly at the center of operations, his limitless technique having dispatched dozens of opponents with minimal effort. He turned as they appeared. "Success." "Partial," Naruto replied, still carrying Kasumi. "We stopped the immediate threat, but the situation has escalated." The sky above them confirmed his assessment. Reality rippled visibly, aurora-like pattern stretching across the heavens. In places, the fabric of space seemed thin enough to see through to somewhere else, glimpses of another world, another sky. The ritual accelerated the degradation, Naruto explained. Even though we stopped it, the damage is done. How long do we have? Nanami asked, joining them. Days. Maybe hours. Naruto looked up at the fractured sky. The barriers are failing systemically now. And the solution? Gojo pressed. Naruto was silent for a long moment. There is one. But not here. He turned to Maki and Utahime. I need to take Kasumi somewhere safe first. A place where she can recover without risking further dimensional instability. We're coming with you, Maki stated flatly. It wasn't a question. Naruto nodded, unsurprised. I thought you might say that. What about the rest of us? Gojo asked. Return to Tokyo. Prepare for increasing anomalies. The jujitsu school's barriers should provide some protection, but nowhere will be completely safe as things progress. Naruto shifted Kasumi in his arms. I'll return when I can. Don't take too long, Gojo replied. Clocks ticking. As the assault team prepared to depart, Naruto led Maki and Utahime to a quiet corner of the courtyard. The facility continued to deteriorate around them, buildings cracking as reality fluctuations intensified. Where are we going? Utahime asked. Back to the fragment world, Naruto replied. The sage's retreat. It's the most stable place between dimensions right now, and Kasumi needs to be somewhere her Otsutsuki energy won't further destabilize this world. And then? Maki prompted. Naruto's expression was resolute. And then I do what needs to be done. The decision was visible in his eyes, he had accepted the sage's proposal. There has to be another way, Utahime said quietly. If there is, I haven't found it. Naruto shifted Kasumi to a more comfortable position. The barriers can't be repaired as they were. They've evolved beyond that possibility. What's needed now is adaptation, not restoration. At the cost of your humanity, Maki stated bluntly. At the cost of this particular expression of it, Naruto corrected gently. I won't cease to exist. I'll just exist, differently. Before either woman could respond, reality shimmered around them. A gateway opened, similar to the one Naruto had created in the facility but larger, more stable. Through it, they could see the forest of the fragment world. Ready? Naruto asked. Maki and Utahime exchanged a glance, an unspoken communication passing between them. Whatever came next, they would face it together. Ready, they confirmed in unison. They stepped through the gateway, leaving the deteriorating facility behind. The transition was smoother this time, their bodies having adjusted somewhat to dimensional travel. The forest materialized around them, its massive trees offering a strange sense of stability compared to the fracturing reality they'd left. Naruto set off immediately toward the sage's mountain retreat, still carrying Kasumi. The young woman hadn't regained consciousness, though her breathing remained steady. What exactly did Kano and her people do to her? Utahime asked as they walked. They awakened her dormant Otsutsuki abilities, then enhanced them with cursed energy techniques, Naruto explained. Essentially turning her into a living gateway, a bridge between dimensions that Kaguya could use to return. Return from where, exactly? Maki questioned. You said Kaguya was defeated centuries ago. Not destroyed completely. Few things truly powerful ever are. Naruto's expression darkened with memory. When the worlds were separated, entities like Kaguya were sealed away in pocket dimensions, neither fully in one world nor the other. The Convergent Society has apparently been working to free her ever since. Why? What could they possibly gain? Power. Knowledge. The belief that she would reward them for their service. Naruto shook his head. They're deluded, of course. Kaguya sees humans, all humans, as resources at best, insects at worst. They reached the base of the shimmering mountain. As before, the symbols carved into its surface glowed in recognition of Naruto's presence, the rock face dissolving to reveal the passage within. The sage was waiting for them in his chamber, his form currently resembling an elderly man though occasionally flickering to other aspects. "You return with the vessel," he observed as they entered. "And with little time to spare, I see." "The barriers are collapsing faster than anticipated," Naruto confirmed, gently laying Kasumi on a cushioned area the sage indicated. "Kaguya nearly broke through." "Yes, I felt the disturbance." The sage examined Kasumi with interest. "Fascinating. A true Otsutsuki descendant, her bloodline almost pure despite the generations. Can you help her?" Utahime asked. "Perhaps. Her mind and soul have been traumatized by the forced awakening and the connection to Kaguya." The sage placed a hand above Kasumi's forehead, not quite touching. "She will need time to recover. Time we may not have. Then we proceed with the alternative," Naruto stated. The sage nodded solemnly. "You've made your decision." "Yes." Maki stepped forward. "Wait. Before you do whatever cosmic sacrifice you're planning, explain it to us." "Fully." Naruto turned to them, his expression gentle but resolved. "The original separation created rigid barriers with the void as buffer between worlds. But those barriers are naturally evolving, becoming more permeable. Fighting that evolution is futile, like trying to hold back the tide. So instead of separation, you become the interface," Utahime concluded. "Exactly. Not walls, but a membrane. A regulated connection that allows limited, controlled interaction while preventing catastrophic convergence." Naruto spread his hands. "I already exist in both states, physical and void. I already understand both worlds. I'm the natural choice." "And what happens to you?" Maki pressed. "To this you, the one standing here." Naruto considered his answer carefully. "This form, this specific embodiment, will change. I won't be able to maintain a single coherent physical manifestation while simultaneously existing across the dimensional interface. You'll become energy again," Utahime said quietly. "Lose your humanity." "Not lose," the sage interjected. "Transform. He will retain his essence, his memories, his soul, if you will. But his expression will necessarily change." "Will we see you again?" Utahime asked, her voice catching slightly. "Like this?" Naruto smiled, though sadness tinged the expression. "Not exactly like this. But yes, I believe I'll be able to manifest partially in physical form at times. Though it will require considerable effort." "There's no other way?" Maki asked. "No other option. None that doesn't end with both worlds destroyed," the sage replied solemnly. "The natural evolution toward permeability, accelerated by the convergent society's actions, has progressed too far. Without intervention, total collapse will occur within days." A heavy silence fell over the chamber. Kasumi stirred slightly on her cushioned bed but didn't awaken. "How is this done?" Naruto finally asked the sage. "It requires a specific location, a nexus point where the dimensional boundaries are already naturally thin." The sage gestured, and an image appeared in the air, a small island off the coast of Japan. "Here. The convergence of natural energy lines makes it ideal." "I know this place," Utahime said with surprise. "Kuchira Island. It's considered sacred in jujitsu lore, a place where barriers between worlds are thin." "The same in shinobi records," Naruto confirmed. "It's why we chose it as one of the anchor points for the original separation. Once there, the process is not simple, but straightforward," the sage continued. "Naruto must fully embrace both his physical and void aspects simultaneously, then extend his consciousness across the dimensional boundaries. I can guide the process, but he must accomplish the transformation himself." And we need to do this immediately? Maki asked. Yes. Reality continues to fracture even as we speak. In your world, the effects are accelerating exponentially. As if to illustrate the point, the sage waved a hand, creating another viewing window. Through it, they could see Tokyo, but a Tokyo transforming before their eyes. Buildings shifted between states of existence, sometimes solid, sometimes transparent. People fled through streets where gravity fluctuated unpredictably. In some areas, the very air seemed to tear, revealing glimpses of other places, other times. It's worse than when we left, Utahime whispered. The failed ritual created cascading instabilities, the sage explained. Each failure point spreads, connecting with others, accelerating the breakdown. Then we go now, Naruto decided. To Kuchira Island. I will meet you there, the sage replied. I must prepare certain aspects of the process from this side of reality. Naruto nodded, then turned to Maki and Utahime. You don't have to come. I can return you to Tokyo first. Don't be stupid, Maki replied bluntly. We're seeing this through. All of it, Utahime added firmly. Something like gratitude flickered in Naruto's eyes. Thank you. The sage opened a gateway for them, a direct path to Kuchira Island. Before they stepped through, Naruto paused, looking back at Kasumi's unconscious form. She'll be safe here, he asked the sage. Yes. This place exists partially outside normal dimensional constraints. The effects of the collapse will reach here last, if at all. With a final nod, Naruto led Maki and Utahime through the gateway. Kuchira Island materialized around them, a small, rocky landmass perhaps 2 kilometers across. At its center stood a circle of ancient stone monoliths, weathered by centuries of wind and rain but still standing. The sky above churned with unnatural energy patterns, reality visibly thin. This place feels significant, Utahime observed, her sensitivity to energy making her especially aware of the island's unique properties. It is. Naruto approached the stone circle. This was an ancient site of power long before the separation. Shinobi and jujitsu practitioners both considered it sacred. He placed a hand on one of the monoliths. Symbols carved into its surface began to glow faintly in response to his touch. The original separation ritual used these stones as anchors, he explained. They're naturally receptive to both chakra and cursed energy. What happens now? Maki asked, scanning the desolate landscape. The island appeared deserted, though ruins of what might have been a temple or shrine were visible on a nearby rise. We wait for the sage, Naruto replied. And prepare ourselves. As they stood in the ancient circle, the reality distortions intensified around them. The air shimmered with competing energy patterns. Occasionally, glimpses of other places flickered into existence, a village with strange architecture, a battlefield long abandoned, a forest of trees even larger than those in the fragment world. Echoes, Naruto identified. Memories of places that once existed in one world or the other. A particularly violent ripple passed through the island, causing the ground to tremble. Utahime stumbled, and Maki caught her arm, steadying her. Their eyes met, and neither pulled away immediately. Naruto noticed the exchange but said nothing, moving instead to the center of the stone circle. He knelt, placing both palms on the ground, eyes closed in concentration. What are you doing? Utahime asked. Connecting with the island's energy matrix, he replied without opening his eyes. Preparing it for what's coming. Maki led Utahime a few steps away, just outside the circle of monoliths. You okay? Utahime nodded, though tension showed in her face. Just processing everything. It's a lot to take in. Yeah. Maki's usual brusqueness softened. End of the world, God sacrifices, dimensional collapse. Not our typical Tuesday after all. Utahime smiled despite herself. No, not typical. They stood in silence for a moment, watching Naruto work. The air around him had begun to shimmer with golden light, void energy responding to his call. What happens after? Maki asked quietly. If this works, if he becomes this membrane. What does that mean for our world? I don't know, Utahime admitted. I suppose things change. The absolute separation ends. Our worlds become more connected, though not fully merged. And if it doesn't work? Utahime had no answer for that. The sky above them darkened suddenly, energy patterns swirling into a vortex. From its center, the sage emerged, his form shifting rapidly between aspects as he descended to the island. The process must begin immediately, he announced without preamble. The barriers are failing catastrophically. Naruto rose from his position in the center of the circle. I'm ready. The sage turned to Maki and Utahime. You should step back. The energies involved will be extreme. They retreated to the edge of the clearing but refused to go further. The sage began the ritual, his form stabilizing temporarily into a robed figure with ancient symbols adorning his garments. He moved around the circle, touching each monolith in sequence. Where his fingers made contact, the stones illuminated with inner light. The circle awakens, he intoned. The anchors respond. Naruto stood at the center, his expression calm but focused. The void energy surrounding him intensified, creating a swirling golden aura. Now, the sage instructed, embrace both aspects of your nature simultaneously. Physical and void. Form and energy. Being and non-being. Naruto closed his eyes. His form began to shimmer, sometimes solid, sometimes transparent, as if he existed in multiple states at once. Good, the sage encouraged. Now extend your consciousness. Feel the barriers between worlds. Find their edges, their boundaries. The golden aura expanded outward from Naruto, flowing between the monoliths, creating a dome of energy that encompassed the entire circle. Within it, reality itself seemed malleable, responsive to Naruto's will. The barriers, Naruto said, his voice echoing strangely. I can feel them. Stretched thin. Failing in thousands of places simultaneously. Don't try to repair them, the sage cautioned. Instead, become them. Transform their nature as you transform yours. Naruto's form flickered more rapidly now, sometimes appearing fully human, sometimes as a being of pure energy, sometimes as something else entirely, a fox-like entity with multiple tails, a warrior in ancient armor, a child with whisker marks on his cheeks. Aspects of his long existence manifesting and dissolving. It's working, the sage observed. The transformation has begun. The sky above the island fractured suddenly, a massive tear appearing in reality itself. Through it came a torrent of hybrid energy, neither purely chakra nor purely cursed energy but something new and volatile. The convergence accelerates, the sage warned. We've drawn its focus. The tear widened, and a figure began to emerge, Kaguya Otsutsuki, her pale form radiating malevolent power. Uzumaki, she hissed, her voice distorting reality around her. I told you this wasn't over. Kaguya, Naruto acknowledged, his voice calm despite the fluctuations in his form. Still trying to rule worlds not yours to take. All worlds are mine by right, she declared, emerging further through the tear. And you will not stop me again. The sage moved to intercept her, his own form shifting to something more combat-ready, a warrior aspect with multiple arms and ancient weapons. Continue the transformation, he instructed Naruto. I will hold her back. As the sage engaged Kaguya at the edge of the tear, Naruto continued his metamorphosis. The golden energy dome pulsed, expanding outward beyond the stone circle, beyond the clearing, encompassing more of the island. Maki and Utahime watched in awe and concern as Naruto's form became increasingly undefined, sometimes a solid human figure, sometimes a being of pure light, sometimes patterns of energy that resembled a person only in the most abstract sense. He's losing himself, Utahime whispered. No, Maki countered, watching intently. He's becoming something else. The battle between the sage and Kagaya intensified, reality warping around them as their powers collided. The sage held his own impressively, but Kagaya's strength was overwhelming, the power of an Otsutsuki goddess enhanced by centuries of accumulated energy from her dimensional prison. The membrane forms, Naruto announced, his voice now seeming to come from everywhere at once. I can feel both worlds, all points of contact, all breaches and tears. Good, the sage called back, narrowly avoiding a devastating attack from Kagaya. Now stabilize them. Not as barriers, but as regulated interfaces. Naruto's concentration deepened. The golden energy changed quality, becoming less like light and more like a living, conscious force. It spread further, tendrils extending upward through the tear in reality, outward across the ocean surrounding the island, downward into the earth itself. It's working, the sage declared triumphantly. The interfaces stabilize. Kagaya sensed the change, her expression contorting with fury. No. The convergence is mine to control. She broke away from the sage, lunging toward Naruto's transforming form. Stop her, the sage shouted. Without hesitation, Maki and Utahime moved. Despite the overwhelming energies, despite facing a goddess, they positioned themselves between Kagaya and Naruto. You will not interfere, humans, Kagaya snarled, raising a hand crackling with hybrid energy. Watch us, Maki replied, sword at ready. Utahime began to sing, her most powerful technique yet. The song materialized as visible patterns in the air, surrounding Kagaya, revealing weaknesses in her partially manifested form. Now, Maki, she called. Maki charged, her sword striking precisely where Utahime's technique had exposed vulnerability, the connection point between Kagaya and the dimensional tear she was emerging from. Kagaya screamed in rage and pain, her form flickering as the connection destabilized. The sage seized the opportunity, his multiple arms weaving complex sealing patterns. Naruto. Now, he commanded. Naruto's transforming consciousness expanded suddenly, engulfing the entire island in golden light. His voice, when it came, seemed to emerge from reality itself. Primordial style, divine separation. The golden energy surged toward Kagaya, surrounding her, penetrating her form. She fought against it, but the combination of Maki's strike, Utahime's technique, and the sage's sealing had weakened her significantly. This is not defeat, she hissed as the golden energy began to push her back through the tear. This is merely delay. No, Naruto's voice replied from everywhere and nowhere. This is evolution. With a final surge of power, the golden energy forced Kagaya back through the dimensional tear, then sealed it, not with a barrier, but with something new. A regulated interface that would allow limited energy transfer while preventing entities like Kagaya from forcing their way through. The transformation accelerated. Naruto's human form dissolved completely, becoming pure consciousness spread across the newly formed membrane. The golden light intensified to blinding levels, then suddenly contracted, collapsing inward to a single point at the center of the stone circle before exploding outward in a wave that encompassed the entire world. Maki and Utahime shielded their eyes, the dimensional anchor crystals from the sage protecting them from the worst effects of the energy wave. When they could see again, the world had changed. The sky above was clear, the unnatural energy patterns gone. The air felt different, charged with potential but stable. Reality no longer fluctuated or thinned unexpectedly. And Naruto was gone. Where he had stood, only empty air remained. Did it work? Maki asked the sage, who had returned to his more scholarly aspect. Yes, he confirmed, surveying the island with satisfaction. The transformation is complete. The membrane has replaced the barriers. Both worlds are stabilizing. And Naruto? Utahime asked quietly. The sage's expression softened with something like compassion. Is everywhere now. He has become the interface itself, the conscious regulator between worlds. So he's gone, Maki stated flatly. As a person, he's gone. Not exactly. The sage gestured to the air around them. His consciousness persists, spread across the new membrane. He is aware, still himself in essence if not in form. As if in response to these words, the air in the center of the stone circle shimmered slightly. Golden particles of light gathered, coalescing gradually into a translucent image of Naruto. Not gone, the apparition said, its voice distant yet familiar. Just different. Utahime stepped forward, hand outstretched, but stopped short of touching the image. Can you come back? Take physical form again? Not completely. Not permanently. The image of Naruto smiled sadly. I exist across all points of contact between worlds now. This manifestation is just a small fraction of what I've become. Was it worth it? Maki asked bluntly. Yes. The answer came without hesitation. Both worlds survive. The catastrophic convergence has been prevented. A new balance has been established. The image flickered slightly. And I'm still here, in my way. What happens now? Utahime questioned. To our world, to the shinobi world. They remain separate but connected, the Naruto image explained. The membrane allows limited, controlled interaction. Some energy transfer, some knowledge exchange. People with specific abilities might even cross over in certain locations. But no catastrophic merging, no collapse of reality. And Kaguya? Maki pressed. Contained, for now. Her prison has been reinforced. The image looked at the sage. But we will need to maintain vigilance. She will try again. The sage nodded. I will continue my observations from the fragment world. Alert you to any developments. The Naruto image turned back to Maki and Utahime. You should return to Tokyo. Your friends will need explanation, guidance. The world has changed fundamentally, even if most won't immediately perceive how. Will we see you again? Utahime asked softly. The image smiled, more warmly this time. Yes. I can manifest briefly in places where the membrane is particularly responsive. It requires concentration, effort, but it's possible. He looked between them, his expression fond. You two helped me remember what it meant to be human. I won't forget that, no matter what form I take. The image began to fade, golden particles dispersing. Thank you, Naruto's voice said as he disappeared. For everything. When he was gone, the stone circle seemed emptier somehow, though the air retained a subtle charge, as if Naruto's presence lingered just beyond perception. The sage approached them. I can return you to Tokyo now. Your world is stabilizing, but there will be much to explain, much to adjust to. What about Kasumi? Utahime asked. The Otsutsuki descendant. She will remain in my care until she recovers, the sage replied. Her connection to Kaguya has been severed, but the experience has changed her. She may yet have a role to play in this new arrangement of worlds. Maki and Utahime exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them. After everything they'd experienced together, words seemed almost unnecessary. We're ready, Maki told the sage. He nodded and opened a gateway, a perfect circle showing the courtyard of Jujutsu High on the other side. The membrane makes this much easier now, he observed. Naruto's consciousness recognizes you, facilitates your passage. Before stepping through, Utahime turned to the sage. Thank you. For helping him find a way that didn't end in complete sacrifice. The sage inclined his head. It was his choice, in the end. His willingness to transform rather than simply end or begin anew. A smile touched his ancient face. Perhaps his humanity influenced his cosmic decision more than even he realizes. With that thought to consider, Maki and Utahime stepped through the gateway together. As they crossed the threshold, they felt a brief sensation of warmth, of recognition, Naruto's consciousness acknowledging them as they passed through the membrane that was now his essence. They emerged into the courtyard of Jujutsu High, finding it remarkably intact despite the chaos they'd witnessed in the sage's viewing portal. The school's barriers, combined with the stabilization Naruto had created, had protected it from the worst effects of the reality fluctuations. Gojo stood waiting, as if he'd known exactly when they would return. Perhaps he had, his 6 eyes might have perceived the fundamental changes in reality as they occurred. So, he said casually, though his posture betrayed tension, did our void god friend save the world? Maki and Utahime exchanged glances. Yes, Utahime answered. But at a cost. He's gone. Gojo asked, his usual flippancy subdued. Transformed, Maki corrected. He's become something else. Something more than human but still, him. They explained what had happened, the ritual, Kagaya's appearance, Naruto's transformation into the living membrane between worlds. As they spoke, other jujutsu sorcerers gathered, listening with expressions ranging from skepticism to awe. So the barriers between worlds are gone? Nanami asked when they finished. Not gone, Utahime clarified. Changed. There's a regulated interface now, a conscious one. Naruto himself controls what passes between worlds and what doesn't. That's a significant development, Yaga observed, understatement evident in his tone. What does it mean for us practically? Mei asked. For jujutsu sorcerers, for cursed spirits, for ordinary people. We're not entirely sure yet, Maki admitted. Some energy transfer between worlds will occur. Some knowledge exchange. The sage mentioned that certain individuals might even cross between worlds in specific locations. Shinobi in our world. Jujutsu sorcerers in theirs. Gojo sounded almost excited by the prospect. Interesting times ahead. But controlled, Utahime emphasized. Naruto won't allow catastrophic convergence or entities like Kagaya to break through. The discussion continued late into the night as they debated implications, planned responses, considered how to explain the subtle but fundamental changes to the Jujutsu society at large. Throughout it all, Maki remained uncharacteristically quiet, her thoughts elsewhere. When the meeting finally adjourned, she slipped away, finding a quiet spot on the school's roof. The night sky spread above her, stars visible now that the unnatural energy patterns had faded. She sat on the edge, legs dangling, sword beside her. Footsteps approached from behind. She didn't need to look to know it was Utahime. Thought I might find you here, Utahime said, sitting beside her. You left rather abruptly. Maki shrugged. Needed air. Too many people talking. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, both looking at the stars. It doesn't feel real yet, Utahime said eventually. Everything that happened. What he became. Yeah. Do you think we'll see him again? Really see him, not just a projection or image? Maki considered this. I don't know. Maybe. She glanced at Utahime. Would it matter if we didn't? Utahime looked surprised by the question. Of course it would. He became important. To both of us, I think. He did, Maki acknowledged. But he made his choice. For good reasons. She returned her gaze to the stars. And we're still here. Utahime studied Maki's profile, understanding the unspoken implication. Yes. We are. Another silence fell between them, but different now, charged with possibility. What happens next? Utahime asked softly. For the world? Who knows? New normal, I guess. Jujutsu sorcerers adapt, like always. I meant for us. Maki turned to her then, really looking at her. After facing gods and dimensional collapse and the end of reality as they knew it, this moment somehow felt more significant, more real. What do you want to happen? Maki asked, uncharacteristically direct about something personal. Utahime held her gaze. I think you know. The distance between them closed, neither sure who moved first. Their lips met in a kiss that felt both inevitable and surprising, gentle at first, then deepening as tension and emotion from everything they'd experienced together found release. When they finally separated, Maki's usual composure had softened into something more vulnerable, more open. Utahime's hand found hers on the roof's edge, fingers intertwining. That's a start, Maki said quietly. Utahime smiled. Yes. A good one. Above them, the stars seemed to shimmer momentarily in a pattern too organized to be natural. A brief sensation of warmth surrounded them, like sunlight breaking through clouds, a conscious acknowledgement from the being who had once been Naruto Uzumaki, now the membrane between worlds, observing this moment of connection from his new state of existence. The feeling passed, leaving them alone together on the rooftop, facing an uncertain future in a fundamentally changed world. But whatever came next, they would face it side by side, a partnership forged in extraordinary circumstances, strengthened by shared purpose, and now evolving into something deeper. In the distance, dawn began to break over Tokyo, the first sunrise of a new era. Not an end, but a transformation. A beginning. Chapter 3, Primordial Reckoning. 3 weeks after Naruto's transformation, Maki crashed through the wall of an abandoned warehouse, sword flashing as she cut down 2 hybrid guards in a single sweep. Behind her, Utahime's song rippled through the air, paralyzing 3 more attackers in mid-motion. That's the last of them, Maki called, sheathing her blade. Let's find what we came for and get out. They'd hit 7 Convergent Society hideouts in as many days, tracking down remnants of the organization that had nearly destroyed both worlds. Despite Naruto's transformation into the dimensional membrane, the society hadn't disbanded, they'd just changed tactics. Utahime moved past the frozen guards, her steps confident in a way they hadn't been before all this started. The energy signature is coming from below. There should be a basement access somewhere. Since Naruto's transformation, both women had discovered strange new sensitivities. Maki, who'd never been able to see cursed energy, occasionally caught glimpses of chakra patterns. Utahime's sensory abilities had expanded to detect dimensional thinning, places where Naruto's membrane allowed greater connection between worlds. The warehouse appeared abandoned, but hidden beneath the dusty crates and empty shelves, they found a sophisticated research station. Computer terminals lined one wall, and containment units filled with swirling energy occupied the center of the room. More hybrid experiments, Utahime observed, examining one of the containers. They're still trying. Stubborn bastards, Maki muttered, moving to the computer terminals. She inserted a small device, technology from Gojo's network of contacts. Downloading their data now. The terminal beeped, files transferring rapidly. Screens flickered with images of research notes, personnel records, and facility locations. One file caught Maki's attention, labeled simply, Ascension Protocol. Got something, she called to Utahime. Looks like their backup plan. Utahime joined her, leaning close to read the screen. The proximity sent a familiar warmth through Maki. Even after 3 weeks together, Utahime's presence still triggered that reaction. They're planning another ritual, Utahime said, eyes widening as she scanned the document. Something called the Divine Reclamation. But that should be impossible now that Naruto controls the membrane. Unless they found a way around him. Maki pointed to a section of text. Look here, the primordial's consciousness, while pervasive, cannot be omnipresent. Focal points exist where the membrane thins naturally. They're looking for weak spots, Utahime realized. Places where they might breach the membrane despite Naruto's control. The download completed with a soft chime. Maki pocketed the device and stood. We need to get this to Gojo and the others. A low rumble shook the building, dust falling from the ceiling. The containment units housing the hybrid energy began to pulse erratically. What the hell? Maki drew her sword again. Utahime's expression turned alarmed. It's a failsafe. They've triggered some kind of self-destruct. The rumbling intensified. Cracks appeared in the floor and walls as the containment units glowed brighter, their energy becoming unstable. Out! Now! Maki grabbed Utaheime's hand, pulling her toward the stairs. They raced through the warehouse as the building began to collapse around them. Just as they reached the exit, the floor behind them erupted in a geyser of hybrid energy, chakra and cursed techniques combined in volatile reaction. They dove through the doorway, hitting the ground outside as the warehouse imploded, a contained explosion that left nothing but a smoking crater where the building had stood. "They're getting more extreme," Utahime observed, picking herself up and dusting off her clothes. "Willing to destroy their own research rather than let us have it." Maki nodded grimly, retrieving the data device from her pocket to confirm it was intact. "Because they're desperate. Whatever this Ascension Protocol is, they're accelerating their timeline." They made their way back to their motorcycle, a sleek, black machine that had become their preferred method of transportation during these raids. As Maki started the engine, Utahime wrapped her arms around her waist, a position that had become comfortably familiar. "Back to Jujutsu High?" Utahime asked, her voice close to Maki's ear. "Not yet." Maki revved the engine. "There's someone we should talk to first." She steered the motorcycle through Tokyo's evening traffic, heading away from the city center toward the coast. After 30 minutes, they reached their destination, a small, isolated shrine perched on cliffs overlooking the sea. Unlike most shrines, this one had no visitors, no attendants. Its existence was known only to a select few. "Will he come?" Utahime asked as they approached the weathered torii gate marking the shrine's entrance. "One way to find out." Maki stepped into the shrine's inner courtyard, where a simple stone altar stood. She placed her hand on the smooth stone surface. "Naruto. We need to talk." For a moment, nothing happened. Then the air shimmered, golden particles of light gathering and coalescing into Naruto's translucent form. Unlike his first appearance after the transformation, this manifestation seemed more solid, more present, though still clearly not fully physical. "Maki." "Utahime." His voice sounded less distant than before, almost normal. "You found something." Maki pulled out the data device. "The Convergence Society is planning something called the Divine Reclamation. They think they've found weak spots in the membrane, places where they can bypass your control." Naruto's expression turned troubled. "Show me." Maki handed the device to Utahime, who connected it to her phone and displayed the recovered files. Naruto studied the information, his form shifting slightly as he concentrated. "They're not wrong," he admitted after a moment. "The membrane isn't perfectly uniform. There are places where the connection between worlds naturally intensifies, convergence points that existed long before the original separation." "Can they actually break through?" Utahime asked. "Not break through, exactly. But potentially create temporary passages large enough for significant energy transfer." Naruto's expression darkened. "Or for partial manifestation of entities from the void between worlds." "Kaguya," Maki concluded. "Yes. Despite being forced back during our confrontation, her essence still exists in the void. If they create the right conditions at multiple convergence points simultaneously, she could partially manifest in both worlds," Utahime finished. "Gain a foothold. And from there?" Maki pressed. Naruto's form flickered briefly, as if disturbed by the possibility. "From there, she could potentially undermine the membrane itself. Not destroy it completely, but create permanent tiers, unstable regions where reality would constantly flux between worlds." "Chaos," Utahime whispered. "Endless chaos." "Yes. Not total convergence, but something perhaps worse, an eternally unstable state where neither world could establish equilibrium." Naruto studied the files again. "These documents mention 7 convergence points. I'll need to verify each location." "How long do we have?" Maki asked. Not long. Based on the preparations described here, perhaps days. Naruto's form began to fade slightly. I'll need to extend my consciousness to examine these locations directly. It will take some time. We'll return to Jujutsu High, update the others, Utahime said. Meet us there when you can. Naruto nodded, his image becoming increasingly transparent. Be careful. The society will be watching for you now. Let them watch, Maki replied with characteristic confidence. They'll see exactly what's coming for them. Naruto smiled, a brief, fond expression, before dissolving completely into golden particles that dispersed on the sea breeze. Back at Jujutsu High, they found the school transformed into something between a military command center and an interdimensional research facility. The courtyard now housed training areas where jujutsu sorcerers practiced alongside a handful of shinobi who had crossed between worlds at thin points in the membrane. Inside, the main building's conference rooms were filled with maps, monitoring equipment, and communication systems linking to similar centers in other locations. Gojo met them in the main operations room, his blindfolded face turned toward them with unerring accuracy. Find anything fun? Define fun, Maki replied, tossing him the data device. The Convergence Society is planning something called the Divine Reclamation. They've identified weak points in Naruto's membrane. Gojo's smile faded. That's decidedly unfun. He handed the device to Nanami, who connected it to their main system. Details. 7 convergence points, Utahime explained. Places where they believe they can create passages large enough for Kaguya to partially manifest in both worlds simultaneously. We spoke to Naruto, Maki added. He confirmed it's possible. He's investigating the locations now. This caught everyone's attention. Interaction with Naruto had been rare since his transformation, brief manifestations, usually in response to significant discoveries or emergencies. How'd he seem? Gojo asked, a question that might have sounded casual if not for the underlying concern. More, present, Utahime answered after considering. More solid than before. Still not physical, but stronger. He's adapting, came a new voice from the doorway. They turned to see a young woman enter, pale, with distinctive clan markings on her face, but moving with confidence that hadn't been present when they'd last seen her unconscious in the sage's retreat. Kasumi, Utahime recognized with surprise. You've recovered. Kasumi Otsutsuki nodded, the markings on her skin briefly glowing before settling back to normal. The sage helped me understand what was done to me. How to control it rather than be controlled by it. She approached the central table where Nanami was displaying the recovered files. Naruto is learning to concentrate his consciousness more effectively. To be in multiple places at once while maintaining cohesion. You've spoken to him? Maki asked. More than spoken. My Otsutsuki heritage creates a natural resonance with the membrane. I can perceive him more directly than most. Kasumi studied the displayed information with obvious interest. These convergence points. I may be able to help identify them more precisely. Nanami looked up from the terminal. The files contain coordinates for all 7 locations. Spread across both our world and what they're calling the Shinobi Dimension. That complicates things, Gojo observed. We can't be in both worlds simultaneously. We won't need to be. The air in the center of the room shimmered, golden particles gathering to form Naruto's image. I've confirmed the locations. 4 in your world, 3 in the Shinobi world. His manifestation was indeed more solid than before, still translucent, still clearly not physical, but more defined, more present. He gestured, and a 3-dimensional map appeared in the air before them, showing glowing points on both a representation of Earth and another world with different continental arrangements. The society has already begun preliminary work at each site, Naruto explained. Setting up equipment, establishing energy channels, preparing for simultaneous activation. How do we stop them? Principal Yaga asked. We need teams at each location, Naruto replied. The ritual requires specialized equipment and precise timing. Disrupt either, and the convergence fails. 7 teams, Gojo calculated. That stretches our resources thin, especially for the Shinobi World locations. I've already contacted allies on that side, Naruto said. Shinobi who understand the threat and are willing to help. They'll handle the 3 locations in their world. That leaves our 4, Nanami noted. Where exactly? Naruto zoomed the map to show 4 glowing points, one in northern Japan, one in Tokyo itself, one off the coast on a small island, and one in what appeared to be Antarctica. Diverse locations, Maki observed. How are they coordinating across such distances? The membrane itself, Naruto explained. They're using the natural thinning at these points to communicate between teams. Ironically, my own existence as the membrane facilitates their plan. Can't you just? I don't know, thicken yourself at those points. Gojo asked. Make the membrane impenetrable. It doesn't work that way. These convergence points existed before the separation, before the barriers, before the membrane. They're fundamental to the structure of both realities. I can monitor them, influence them slightly, but not eliminate them. So we need strike teams at all 4 locations, Yaga concluded. Simultaneously. Yes. And quickly. Based on energy readings and supply movements, they're planning to activate the ritual in approximately 36 hours. The room erupted in activity, team assignments, equipment preparation, coordination planning. Gojo would lead the Tokyo team with Nanami. Mei and Tadu would take the northern Japan location. Yaga would oversee the island site with several senior students. The Antarctic location posed the greatest logistical challenge. I'll take Antarctica, Maki volunteered. With Utahime. That's the most remote site, Yaga pointed out. If something goes wrong, extraction will be difficult. Which is why we're the right choice, Maki countered. We've worked together through all of this. We know what we're doing. Gojo studied them thoughtfully before nodding. Agreed. But you'll need a third. Someone who can connect directly with Naruto if conventional communications fail. He turned to Kasumi. How do you feel about extremely cold weather? Kasumi smiled slightly. My Otsutsuki abilities include excellent temperature regulation. Then it's settled, Gojo declared. 4 teams, 4 locations. We move in 30 hours, giving us time to prepare and position everyone. As the meeting broke up, Naruto's manifestation remained, his attention focused on Maki, Utahime, and Kasumi. Before you go, there's something I need to show you. Something that might help. What is it? Utahime asked. A technique. Something between jujitsu and ninjutsu, possible only because of the current state of the membrane. Naruto gestured toward the door. Meet me in the training grounds. There's little time to master it, but it may prove crucial. His form dissolved, the golden particles streaming out of the room ahead of them. In the training grounds, they found Naruto waiting, his manifestation hovering just above the ground. When they approached, he raised his hands, creating a visible representation of energy flowing between them. Since my transformation, I've observed something unexpected, he began. The membrane doesn't just separate worlds, it creates potential for harmony between their energies. Chakra and cursed energy, when properly aligned, can resonate rather than conflict. Like musical notes creating harmony rather than dissonance, Utahime suggested. Exactly. Naruto looked pleased at her understanding. I believe the 3 of you can utilize this resonance in a combined technique, something the society won't anticipate. How? Maki asked practically. I still can barely see cursed energy, let alone manipulate chakra. Your recent sensitivity to chakra isn't coincidental, Naruto explained. Your contact with the membrane, with me, has begun to awaken dormant potential. The same for Utahime's expanded sensory abilities. He turned to Kasumi. And you, with your Otsutsuki heritage, naturally bridge both energy systems. Together, you can create something new. For the next several hours, Naruto guided them through a training process unlike anything they'd experienced before. It wasn't the structured, methodical approach of traditional jujitsu training, nor the disciplined chakra control exercises of shinobi. Instead, it focused on awareness, feeling the subtle connections between their different energy systems and learning to synchronize them. Don't force it, he instructed as they attempted to align their techniques for the 5th time. Feel the natural resonance. Like finding harmony in music without knowing the notes. Sweat beaded on Utahime's forehead as she maintained a constant, low-level song technique. Beside her, Maki moved through sword forms that seemed to interact with the sound waves, creating visible ripples in the air. Kasumi stood between them, her Otsutsuki markings glowing as she channeled both energies through her unique biology. Better, Naruto encouraged. The alignment is improving. On the 7th attempt, something clicked. Utahime's song suddenly amplified, carrying physical force that enhanced Maki's blade movements. Kasumi's channeling created a field where both energies flowed together rather than conflicting. For a brief moment, all 3 women glowed with a unified aura, neither cursed energy nor chakra, but something new. That's it. Naruto's manifestation brightened with excitement. You found the harmony. The effect lasted only seconds before collapsing, leaving all 3 women exhausted but exhilarated. What was that? Maki asked, breathing heavily. Primordial resonance, Naruto named it. A technique that exists only now, only because of the membrane. It temporarily aligns different energy systems into a unified force. It felt. Utahime searched for words. Whole. Complete. Like pieces fitting together perfectly. Exactly. Naruto's form moved closer, his expression intense. Against normal opponents, it would be powerful. Against entities trying to manipulate the membrane, like Kaguya, it could be devastating. But we could only maintain it for seconds, Kasumi pointed out. Is that enough? With practice, you'll extend the duration. But even brief moments, applied at precisely the right time. Naruto's form flickered slightly. It could make the difference. They continued training until nightfall, making incremental progress with each attempt. The resonance lasted longer, grew stronger, became more intuitive to initiate. By the time they finally stopped, all 3 women were thoroughly drained but had achieved a functional mastery of the basic technique. Rest now, Naruto advised as his manifestation began to fade. You leave tomorrow, and will need your strength. Naruto, Utahime called before he could fully disappear. Thank you. His form stabilized briefly, a smile crossing his translucent features. For what? For still being here, Maki answered for both of them. Even like this. Even changed. Something profoundly human passed across his expression, gratitude, connection, perhaps even longing. Some changes are just transformations, not endings. With that, he dissolved into golden particles that lingered briefly before dispersing into the night air. Maki and Utahime returned to their quarters, a shared room that had begun as a practical arrangement during the crisis and evolved into something much more personal. As they prepared for the Antarctic mission, packing specialized gear and reviewing intelligence, the weight of tomorrow's stakes hung heavy between them. You're quiet, Utahime observed as Maki methodically checked her weapons. Just focused. No. Utahime set aside the thermal gear she'd been organizing and moved to sit beside Maki on the edge of the bed. It's more than that. What's bothering you? Maki's hand stilled on her sword. After a moment, she set it aside and looked at Utahime directly. If this goes wrong tomorrow. It won't, Utahime said firmly. But if it does. If Kaguya manages to break through, if reality starts falling apart again. Maki's usually confident expression wavered slightly. Naruto sacrificed everything to fix it last time. What if there's nothing left for him to give? The question hung in the air, heavy with implication. Utahime took Maki's hand, her thumb tracing circles on the calloused palm. "Then we make sure it doesn't come to that," she replied simply. "We stop it before it reaches that point." "That's simple, huh?" A hint of Maki's usual dry humor returned. "That necessary?" Utahime leaned forward, pressing her forehead against Maki's. "We've survived everything so far. Dimensional collapse, gods, the end of reality as we knew it. Tomorrow is just one more impossible thing to overcome." Maki's free hand came up to cup Utahime's cheek. "When did you become the optimistic one?" "Someone had to balance out your grim practicality," Utahime replied with a soft smile. "We complement each other that way. Like the resonance technique." Maki closed the small distance between them, kissing Utahime with a gentleness that contrasted with her usual intensity. When they separated, she added, "Different energies, aligned." That night, they held each other closer than usual, neither speaking the fear that lingered at the edges of consciousness, that these might be their last quiet moments together before whatever tomorrow would bring. Morning arrived with brisk efficiency. Final briefings, equipment checks, team confirmations. Kasumi joined them in the operations center, dressed in specialized cold-weather gear modified to accommodate her unique physiology. The three women would travel via a modified transport technique, a combination of jujitsu teleportation circles and Naruto's influence over the membrane, allowing for unprecedented range. "The Antarctic site is located in what your world calls Queen Maud Land," Naruto explained, his manifestation hovering above the central table where a detailed map was displayed. A research station abandoned in the 1980s serves as their base of operations. Satellite imagery shows increased activity over the past week: personnel, equipment, energy readings. "What makes this site special?" Maki asked, studying the location. "Why Antarctica?" "It sits above a convergence point that's particularly ancient," Naruto replied. Before human civilization in either world, this location hosted a temple constructed by Otsutsuki visitors to Earth. Kasumi's eyes widened slightly. "My ancestors were there?" "Yes. They recognized the natural thinning between dimensions and built structures to harness it." Naruto's expression turned grim. "The Convergence Society discovered remnants of this temple beneath the ice and have spent years excavating it. The energy patterns are still active after millennia. So they're not creating a convergence point so much as activating an existing one," Utahime concluded. "Exactly. Which makes it both more dangerous and more vulnerable. The ancient systems were designed for stability, interrupt them correctly, and the entire convergence fails catastrophically." "Just the kind of odds I like," Maki commented, checking her sword one last time. Final preparations moved quickly. The other teams departed first, Gojo's group to the Tokyo location, Mei and Tadu to northern Japan, Yaga and his team to the coastal island. When it was their turn, Maki, Utahime, and Kasumi stood in the center of a complex circle drawn on the courtyard's stone. Naruto's manifestation appeared before them, more solid than ever. "I'll guide your passage through the membrane. You'll feel disorientation, but it will pass quickly." "We're ready," Maki confirmed, sword strapped to her back, gear secured. Naruto nodded. His form began to glow, expanding outward to encompass the circle. "Remember what you've learned. The resonance technique may be your greatest advantage." The circle activated, energy spiraling upward around them. Unlike normal teleportation, which happened in an instant, this transition felt gradual, reality slowly dissolving around them, replaced by a golden void that must be what Naruto experienced constantly now. For a brief moment, they existed everywhere and nowhere, their consciousness expanded beyond normal perception. Then, with jarring suddenness, solid ground materialized beneath their feet. Brutal cold slashed at any exposed skin, and howling wind nearly knocked them off balance. They'd arrived at the edge of a vast ice field, the abandoned research station visible 100 meters away, a cluster of weathered buildings partially buried by decades of snowdrift. "Everyone okay?" Maki called over the wind, automatically reaching for Utahime's arm to steady her. Utahime nodded, already activating a barrier technique to reduce the wind's impact around them. Kasumi seemed entirely unbothered by the conditions, her skin glowing faintly with internal heat. The convergence point is active, Kasumi reported, her Otsutsuki senses detecting what the others couldn't. I can feel energy building below the station. Then we move now, Maki decided. Direct approach. They probably detected our arrival anyway. They advanced toward the station, the wind barrier creating a bubble of relative calm around them. As they approached, details became clearer, lights visible in several buildings, equipment deployed around the perimeter, and what appeared to be a large excavation site behind the main structure. There, Kasumi pointed. The excavation. That's where the temple is. No sooner had she spoken than alarms blared across the compound. Figures emerged from the buildings, some in cold weather gear, others seemingly unbothered by the conditions. The latter moved with the distinctive grace of enhanced individuals, either jujitsu sorcerers or shinobi, perhaps both. So much for surprise, Maki muttered, drawing her sword. Utahime. Utahime began to sing, her voice carrying power that materialized as visible patterns in the frigid air. The sound wave struck the approaching figures, revealing weaknesses in their defenses, points where curse techniques or chakra enhancement could be disrupted. Maki didn't waste the opportunity. She charged forward, sword flashing in precise strikes that targeted the vulnerabilities Utahime had exposed. 3 opponents fell before the rest adapted, strengthening their defenses against her specific attack pattern. Kasumi entered the fray with a fighting style unlike anything from either world, Otsutsuki techniques modified by her time with the sage. Her hands glowed with pale energy that seemed to distort space around her opponents, slowing their movements, disrupting their techniques. We need to reach the excavation. Utahime called, maintaining her song while moving forward. The convergence equipment will be there. They fought their way across the compound, facing increasingly skilled opposition. These weren't ordinary Convergence Society members, these were elite fighters specifically chosen for this critical location. Some wielded hybrid techniques, combining cursed energy and chakra in ways that would have been impossible before Naruto's transformation. One particularly powerful opponent, a woman whose eyes shifted between Byakugan white and cursed technique patterns, engaged Maki directly. Her strikes contained both the precise chakra control of Gentle Fist and the reality-warping effects of advanced curse techniques. Hyuga bloodline, Kasumi identified, recognizing the eye technique from her newfound knowledge of shinobi clans. Modified with jujitsu. Dangerous. The hybrid fighter pressed Maki hard, forcing her on the defensive. You cannot stop what's coming, she declared, her voice distorted by the energies she channeled. The goddess returns, and with her, a new order for both worlds. Heard that before, Maki grunted, parrying a strike that would have severed her connection to cursed energy. Didn't believe it then either. Utahime shifted her song, the melody changing to one specifically targeting the hybrid fighter's unique energy signature. Where the sound waves touched the woman, her techniques flickered, momentarily destabilized. Maki seized the opening, her sword flashing in a complex pattern that countered the Gentle Fist style. The blade found its mark, cutting through the woman's defenses. She fell back, wounded but not defeated, eyes burning with fanatical determination. The ritual has already begun, she shouted. You're too late. Indeed, the ground beneath them trembled. From the excavation site, a pillar of energy erupted skyward, a bizarre combination of chakra, cursed energy, and something older, more primal. Where it pierced the clouds, the sky itself seemed to tear, revealing glimpses of another reality beyond. Move! Kasumi urged. Now! They fought their way to the excavation edge, dispatching the remaining guards. Below, a sight both awesome and terrifying awaited them. The ice had been cleared away to reveal an ancient structure, a temple of black stone carved with symbols that hurt the eye to look upon directly. At its center, a complex array of modern equipment surrounded what appeared to be an altar, where energy coalesced into increasingly unstable patterns. Society members in ceremonial robes worked frantically at control stations, monitoring the building convergence. At the altar itself stood a figure Maki and Utahime recognized instantly. Director Kano, somehow survived from their earlier confrontation at the Sakuya facility. Her appearance had changed dramatically, her skin now pale as death, her eyes showing the distinctive Otsutsuki patterns. "She's channeling Kagaya's essence," Kasumi explained, horror evident in her voice. "Offering herself as a temporary vessel. Can we stop it?" Utahime asked. "Yes. The equipment, those devices surrounding the altar. They're stabilizing the convergence. Destroy them, and the energy becomes uncontrollable." Maki assessed the situation quickly. "I'll take the left side. Utahime, use your song to disrupt their concentration. Kasumi, can you handle the right?" Kasumi nodded, her markings glowing more intensely now. "Be ready. When the convergence destabilizes, the energy release will be extreme." They split up, each targeting different sections of the excavation. Maki descended via a maintenance ladder, immediately engaging the guards protecting the equipment. Utahime remained at the edge, her song carrying down into the pit, creating confusion and disorientation among the robed technicians. Kasumi simply leapt directly to the temple floor, her Otsutsuki abilities allowing her to survive the drop easily. Chaos erupted in the excavation. Alarms blared as security systems detected the intrusion. The technicians abandoned their stations, some fleeing, others moving to defend the equipment. Kano remained at the altar, her concentration unbroken, the channeling continuing despite the disruption around her. Maki cut through opposition with ruthless efficiency, her sword severing power couplings, destroying control units, dismantling the infrastructure supporting the convergence. Across the temple, Kasumi did the same, her Otsutsuki techniques allowing her to disrupt the energy flows directly. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The energy pillar began to fluctuate, its color shifting, its stability failing. Above, the tear in the sky widened erratically, edges fraying like torn fabric. Only then did Kano react. Her head snapped up, eyes blazing with otherworldly power. "Insects," she snarled in a voice that wasn't entirely her own. "You dare interfere with divinity?" She raised her hands, and reality warped around her. The temperature plummeted further, ice forming instantly on every surface. The air grew so cold that breathing became painful, each inhalation like swallowing glass. Absolute zero, Utahime identified from her position above. A hybrid technique. The cold intensified, freezing equipment, immobilizing several combatants instantly. Maki felt her movements slowing, ice forming on her sword, her gear. Even Kasumi, with her enhanced physiology, struggled against the overwhelming cold. "We need the resonance," Kasumi called, fighting to remain mobile. "Now." Maki looked up, meeting Utahime's eyes across the excavation. A silent understanding passed between them, this was the moment Naruto had prepared them for. Utahime's song changed, becoming the specific melody they had practiced. Despite the cold, despite the pain of breathing frozen air, her voice remained clear and powerful. Maki began moving her sword in the complementary pattern, focusing not on opponents but on creating the precise energy flow needed for resonance. Kasumi positioned herself at the third point of their formation, channeling both energies through her unique biology. For a moment, nothing happened, the cold too intense, the opposition too great. Then, like a spark igniting, the resonance caught. Utahime's song amplified exponentially, carrying physical force that shattered the ice around them. Maki's sword movements generated visible energy waves that countered Kano's technique. Kasumi's channeling created a field where both energies flowed together in perfect harmony. The unified aura surrounded all three women, a golden light reminiscent of Naruto's void energy but uniquely their own. Where it touched the hybrid equipment, systems failed catastrophically. Where it encountered Kano's absolute zero technique, the opposing energies cancelled each other out. No. Kano screamed, her voice now entirely Kagaya's. I will not be denied again. She abandoned the altar, moving with inhuman speed toward the nearest of the three women, Maki. The attack came faster than thought, a strike containing both the gentle fist's precision and accursed technique's reality-warping effects. Maki couldn't dodge, couldn't block conventionally. Instead, she leaned into the resonance, letting the unified energy guide her movements. Her sword intercepted Kano's strike in a way that should have been physically impossible, bending space slightly to meet the attack before it fully manifested. The collision of techniques created a shockwave that rippled through the temple. Kano staggered back, surprise evident on her face. What is this? What have you done? Something new, Maki replied, maintaining the resonance with visible effort. Something you didn't account for. The excavation trembled more violently now. With most of the stabilizing equipment destroyed, the convergence point was collapsing in on itself. The energy pillar fluctuated wildly, sometimes disappearing completely before surging back with greater intensity. It's becoming critically unstable, Kasumi warned. We need to leave. Not yet, Utahime countered, never breaking her song. We need to ensure complete failure. Otherwise, they'll just rebuild. She was right. Despite the deteriorating conditions, some of the society members were already attempting to salvage equipment, to stabilize what remained of the convergence. The altar, Kasumi realized. It's the anchor point, the original Otsutsuki construction. Everything else is built around it. Then we destroy it, Maki decided. Still maintaining the resonance, they converged on the central altar. Kano moved to intercept them, her borrowed power making her nearly as dangerous as Kagaya herself. But against the three women in resonance, even this hybrid divinity struggled to gain advantage. You have no idea what you're preventing. Kano/Kagaya snarled as she fought to keep them from the altar. The perfection that could be. The order I would bring to both chaotic worlds. We've seen your kind of order before, Maki replied, parrying a strike that would have separated her head from her shoulders. Hard pass. The resonance was taking its toll. All three women showed signs of exhaustion, the technique requiring intense concentration and energy that couldn't be maintained indefinitely. They needed to end this quickly. Together, Utahime called, her song reaching a crescendo that momentarily stunned Kano/Kagaya. Now. Maki's sword, Kasumi's Otsutsuki techniques, and Utahime's song converged on the altar simultaneously. The resonance amplified all three, creating a focused point of impact that struck the ancient stone with universe-bending force. For a moment, nothing happened. The altar absorbed the blow, its ancient construction seemingly impervious to even their combined power. Then, with a sound like reality itself cracking, a single fissure appeared in the black stone. From it, energy began to leak, not the controlled flow of before, but a chaotic eruption of power never meant to be released. What have you done? Kano/Kagaya screamed, abandoning the fight to lunge for the altar. The containment, it cannot be breached this way. Too late. The fissure widened, spreading across the entire structure. The altar began to disintegrate, releasing energy that had been sealed for millennia. The effect was catastrophic and immediate. The temple floor buckled. Equipment exploded. The energy pillar collapsed, then rebounded with such force that it tore a massive hole in the excavation ceiling. We need to go. Now. Kasumi shouted, her Otsutsuki senses detecting the imminent collapse better than the others could. The resonance broke as they scrambled toward escape routes. Maki grabbed Utahime's hand, pulling her toward the maintenance ladder they'd used to descend. Kasumi headed for another exit, her enhanced abilities allowing her to leap incredible distances despite the deteriorating conditions. Kano/Kagaya made one last desperate attempt to salvage the convergence. She threw herself onto the fracturing altar, channeling all her borrowed power into containing the release. For a brief moment, it seemed to work, the energy stabilized slightly, the destruction slowed. Then the altar exploded completely. The blast caught Kano/Kagaya at its epicenter, her form engulfed in energy never meant for human containment. Her scream cut off abruptly as she disintegrated, the borrowed divinity insufficient to save her from such primal forces. The shockwave raced outward, collapsing the temple walls, shattering the ice above, destroying the research station buildings. Maki and Utahime had just reached the surface when it hit them, throwing them clear of the excavation but separating them in the process. Maki landed hard, rolling across the ice to absorb the impact. When she regained her feet, chaos surrounded her. The entire research station was collapsing into a growing sinkhole as the ancient temple imploded below. The sky above still showed the tear, but it was closing rapidly, reality reasserting itself as the convergence failed. Utahime, she called, searching frantically. Kasumi. Through the swirling snow and debris, she spotted Utahime about 50 meters away, picking herself up from where the blast had thrown her. Farther off, Kasumi was already on her feet, her Otsutsuki abilities having protected her from the worst of the impact. They regrouped quickly, retreating from the expanding destruction. The temperature was dropping further as the released energy interacted with the Antarctic environment, creating unnatural weather patterns that would soon make survival impossible even with their specialized gear. Did we stop it? Utahime asked, voice hoarse from her extended song technique. Here, yes, Kasumi confirmed. The convergence has failed catastrophically. But there are still the other locations. We need to contact the other teams, Maki decided, reaching for their communication device. It was damaged, the screen cracked from the impact. Damn it. I can try to reach Naruto directly, Kasumi offered. Her markings began to glow as she concentrated. My connection to the membrane might get through despite the interference. For several tense moments, nothing happened. The destruction continued spreading around them, the temperature falling to lethal levels. Their barrier techniques were failing against the unnatural cold, and even Kasumi's internal heat regulation was struggling. Then the air before them shimmered, golden particles gathering to form Naruto's manifestation, more solid, more present than they'd ever seen it outside the shrine. You've succeeded, he announced without preamble. The Antarctic convergence point has collapsed completely. The others? Utahime asked urgently. Tokyo and northern Japan secured. Gojo's team and Mei-Mei's group disrupted the equipment before full activation. His expression darkened slightly. The island site is still in progress. Yaga's team encountered heavier resistance than expected. We need to help them, Maki declared immediately. Agreed. But not through conventional means. Naruto's manifestation moved closer. The membrane is in flux right now, responding to the convergence attempts. I can transport you directly to the island, but it will be challenging. What do you mean? Utahime asked. The failed convergence here has created turbulence in the membrane. Passage will be rougher than before. He looked at each of them in turn. And I cannot guarantee a precise arrival point. The island's convergence is actively distorting spatial relationships. Doesn't matter, Maki decided. They need backup. I concur, Kasumi added. My abilities may be particularly effective against another convergence point. Naruto nodded. His manifestation expanded outward, surrounding the three women in golden light. Prepare yourselves. This transition will be unlike the previous one. The world dissolved around them, but not into the peaceful golden void they'd experienced before. This time, they were thrust into churning chaos, reality fragmented into shards that cut at consciousness itself. They experienced disjointed moments from multiple locations simultaneously, Tokyo skyscrapers, ancient forests, ocean depths, mountain peaks. When solid ground finally materialized beneath their feet, the transition was so abrupt that all three stumbled. They found themselves on a rocky beach, waves crashing nearby. In the distance, rising from the center of the small island, a structure reminiscent of a traditional Japanese pagoda glowed with unnatural light. The sky above was torn open, a massive rift revealing glimpses of another world beyond. The convergence is further along here, Kasumi observed, regaining her balance quickly. Almost at critical threshold. Sounds of battle reached them from the direction of the pagoda. Explosions, shouts, the distinctive energy signatures of jujitsu techniques being deployed in combat. Yaga and his team, Utahime identified. They're still fighting. They moved immediately, racing up the beach toward the pagoda. As they approached, they encountered the first signs of resistance, Convergent Society guards in ceremonial robes, wielding hybrid techniques similar to those they'd faced in Antarctica. Maki engaged them without breaking stride, her sword cutting through defenses with practiced precision. Utahime's song disrupted their techniques, creating openings that Kasumi exploited with her Otsutsuki abilities. They fought with the smooth coordination of a team that had trained together, each anticipating the other's movements. They reached the base of the pagoda to find Yaga and two senior students holding a defensive position against overwhelming numbers. The principal's cursed corpse technique had created powerful allies, but the society's forces here were elite, specialized fighters chosen for this critical location. Maki. Utahime. Yaga called when he spotted them. The convergence equipment is on the top floor. We've been pinned down here for the past hour. We'll handle it, Maki assured him. She glanced at her companions. Same approach as Antarctica. With modifications, Kasumi suggested. This convergence has different properties, older, more stable. We'll need to target specific weak points. Can you identify them? Utahime asked. Kasumi nodded. Once we're closer to the equipment, yes. Then let's move. Maki turned to Yaga. Can you create an opening? Just long enough for us to get through? Yaga nodded grimly. Cover your ears. He activated his most powerful cursed corpse, a massive construct that erupted from his shadow, towering over the battlefield. The creature roared, the sound alone causing nearby opponents to stagger back, clutching their heads in pain. Now! Yaga commanded. Maki, Utahime, and Kasumi charged through the momentary opening, entering the pagoda and racing up the central staircase. Society members moved to intercept them, but they fought through with single-minded determination, knowing time was critically short. As they ascended, the energy density increased dramatically. By the fourth floor, reality itself seemed thin, objects and people occasionally flickering between states of existence. The air hummed with power, making speech difficult, thoughts sluggish. Almost. There, Maki grunted, forcing herself up the final flight of stairs despite the crushing pressure of competing energy systems. They emerged onto the top floor, a large, open space dominated by a circular platform. Unlike the Antarctic site's modern equipment, this convergence used primarily traditional elements, ceremonial artifacts, ancient scrolls, ritual tools arranged in precise patterns. At the center stood a figure they didn't recognize, an elderly man whose eyes glowed with the same Otsutsuki patterns Kanos had displayed. More interference, he observed, voice carrying despite the energy roaring around them. The goddess warned that you would come. The goddess is gone, Maki replied, raising her sword despite the difficulty of moving in such dense energy. Your Antarctic site has failed. A smile crossed the old man's face, cold, confident. One failure matters little. The convergence continues at other locations. Even now, the membrane weakens. The goddess returns. Indeed, above the circular platform, reality had torn completely. Through the rift, a figure was emerging, pale, horned, radiating malevolent power. Kagaya Otsutsuki, manifesting more fully than they had yet seen her. We're too late, Utahime realized with horror. She's already coming through. Not too late, Kasumi countered. Not yet. She pointed to several artifacts arranged around the platform. Those are the anchor points. Disrupt them, and the convergence destabilizes. The resonance, Maki concluded. We need the resonance again. They moved into position, forming the triangle formation they had practiced. The elderly channeler noticed their intent, his expression changing from confidence to concern. "Stop them," he commanded. Guards that had been maintaining the ritual rushed to intercept. But they were too late. Utahim's song had already begun, the specific melody that initiated the resonance. Maki's sword moved in a complementary pattern, and Kasumi's Otsutsuki energy flowed between them, connecting and amplifying both. The resonance caught more quickly this time, their bodies remembering the feeling, their energies aligning naturally. The golden aura surrounded them, pushing back against the crushing pressure of the convergence, creating a space where they could move freely. The elderly channeler abandoned his position at the center, moving with surprising speed for his apparent age. "Heretics! The divine order comes, and you still resist." He attacked with techniques beyond anything they'd encountered before, combinations of the most advanced jujitsu and the most forbidden shinobi arts. The resonance protected them from the worst effects, but even so, the impact drove them back, momentarily disrupting their formation. "Hold!" Kasumi called, struggling to maintain her part of the resonance. "We need to reach those anchor points." Maki engaged the channeler directly, her sword enhanced by the resonance to counter his hybrid techniques. Utahime maintained her song while moving toward one of the anchor artifacts, an ancient bell that pulsed with energy. Kasumi targeted another, a scroll whose written characters seemed to move and shift of their own accord. The battle intensified as they fought to reach their targets. The channeler pressed Maki hard, his borrowed power making him nearly as dangerous as Kaguya herself. Above, the rift widened further, Kaguya's form becoming more solid, more present with each passing moment. "She comes," the channeler exulted despite the pressure of combat. The goddess returns to remake both worlds in her image. "Not today," Maki grunted, finding an opening in his defense and exploiting it ruthlessly. Her sword, enhanced by the resonance, cut through his protective techniques, slicing across his chest. The channeler staggered back, wounded but not defeated. "Too late," he gasped. "The threshold is crossed. She manifests." Indeed, Kaguya had emerged to her waist now, her pale hands reaching toward the ritual platform, her eyes burning with triumph and malice. "The anchors!" Kasumi shouted. "Now!" Utahime reached the bell, her song focusing directly on it, finding its resonant frequency and amplifying it beyond what the ancient artifact could withstand. Hairline cracks appeared in its surface, energy leaking from the imperfections. Kasumi placed her hand on the scroll, her Otsutsuki abilities allowing her to interface directly with its power. The characters writhed more violently, trying to escape her control, but she held firm, disrupting the patterns from within. Maki engaged the remaining guards, preventing them from interfering as her companions attacked the anchor points. The resonance between the three women remained strong, their energies synchronized despite the physical distance between them. The bell shattered first, releasing a torrent of energy that spiraled upward into the rift. The scroll followed moments later, its characters scattering like frightened birds before dissolving into nothing. 2 anchor points down, but Kaguya continued her emergence, now visible to her shoulders. "The third anchor." Kasumi called, pointing to an ornate mirror on the far side of the platform. "It's maintaining the connection." The channeler, despite his wound, moved to protect the final anchor. "You will not deny her return. It is ordained." Maki intercepted him, their clash creating shockwaves that rippled across the platform. "Utahime." "The mirror." Utahime changed the focus of her song, directing it toward the mirror while continuing to maintain the resonance. The artifact responded, its surface rippling like disturbed water, but it held firm, too distant for her technique to affect it directly. "I need to get closer," she called back, fighting to be heard above the roaring energy. "No time." Kasumi replied. She made a decision in that instant, breaking formation to charge directly toward the mirror. As she moved away, the resonance wavered, its power diminishing without the triangular connection. "Kasumi, wait!" Maki shouted. The resonance. But Kasumi had committed. She raced across the platform, dodging guards, leaping over obstacles. Her Otsutsuki markings glowed with increasing intensity as she drew on her heritage more deeply than ever before. The channeler saw her intent and broke away from Maki, moving to intercept. No. Too late. Kasumi reached the mirror, both hands pressing against its ornate surface. Her markings flared blindingly bright as she channeled pure Otsutsuki energy into the artifact, energy that resonated with its ancient construction while simultaneously opposing its current purpose. For both worlds, she whispered. Then louder, for Naruto. The mirror cracked down the center, then shattered completely. The final anchor point failed, and the effect was immediate and catastrophic. The energy maintaining the convergence lost coherence, spiraling out of control. The rift above began to contract violently, pulling back anything that had crossed the threshold. Kagaya screamed in fury as she felt herself being drawn back. No. Not again. She fought against the collapsing passage, her hands grasping at reality itself, trying to maintain her partial manifestation. The channeler rushed to her aid, offering himself as an anchor. Goddess. Use me. My body, my soul, take what you need to remain. Kagaya's eyes locked onto him with cold calculation. Yes, she hissed. You will serve. Her hand shot out, seizing the channeler by the throat. But instead of the divine blessing he clearly expected, she began to absorb him, not just his energy but his very substance, consuming him to strengthen her tenuous hold on materialization. His screams cut off as his body disintegrated, drawn into Kagaya's form. The borrowed mass stabilized her temporarily, allowing her to resist the collapsing rift's pull. I will not be denied, she declared, now fully visible from the waist up, hovering above the platform. This world will be mine again. The pagoda began to disintegrate around them, the structure unable to contain the chaotic energies released by the failed convergence. Walls cracked, floors buckled, support beams snapped like twigs. We need to go. Maki shouted, fighting to reach Utahime through the destruction. Not without Kasumi. Utahime called back, pointing to where their companion had fallen to her knees, exhausted by the massive energy expenditure required to shatter the mirror. They converged on Kasumi, helping her to her feet. The resonance between them, though weakened by the broken formation, re-established itself automatically as they came together again. The golden aura surrounded them, providing some protection against the collapsing structure. Can we make it to the stairs? Maki asked, assessing escape routes as ceiling beams crashed down around them. No need, came a familiar voice. The air before them shimmered, Naruto's manifestation forming, more solid, more present than ever before. I can extract you directly. Naruto. Kagaya's attention snapped to the new arrival, her expression contorting with hatred. Always interfering. Always protecting, he corrected calmly. These worlds are not yours to take, Kagaya. They never were. The convergence continues at other sites, she declared triumphantly. Even now, my essence flows through the weakened membrane. This setback means nothing. All sites have failed, Naruto countered. Your society's plan has collapsed completely. There will be no divine reclamation today. Kagaya's confidence faltered. Impossible. The membrane adapts. It learns. With each attempt, it grows stronger against specific incursions. Naruto's manifestation brightened, golden energy flowing outward to surround Maki, Utahime, and Kasumi. Your time is over, Kagaya. Accept it. Never. She lunged toward them, her borrowed power creating a distortion in reality itself. If I cannot rule, I will destroy. Naruto's form expanded suddenly, interposing between Kagaya and the three women. Not while I exist. Their collision created a shockwave that obliterated what remained of the pagoda's top floor. Maki, Utahime, and Kasumi would have been thrown clear if not for Naruto's protective energy surrounding them. Hold together, he instructed. The resonance, maintain it. It strengthens the membrane where you stand. Understanding immediately, they reinforced the triangular formation, Utahime's song rising above the chaos, Maki's sword movements creating stabilizing patterns, Kasumi channeling both energies despite her exhaustion. The resonance flared brighter than ever, its golden aura merging with Naruto's energy. Where they connected, reality stabilized, forming a pocket of calm amid the destruction. Naruto and Kaguya battled on a level beyond physical comprehension, entities of pure energy and while clashing across multiple planes of existence simultaneously. Her power was immense, fueled by centuries of accumulated rage and ambition. But Naruto was the membrane itself now, the conscious regulator of reality's boundaries. You cannot defeat me. Kaguya snarled as the rift continued to contract despite her resistance. I am divinity. I am eternity. You are the past, Naruto replied simply. His form expanded further, encompassing the entire island in golden light. And this is the future. With a final surge of power, he forced the rift closed completely. Kaguya screamed as she was pulled back into the void between worlds, her partially manifested form dissolving into energy that scattered across dimensions. The convergence collapsed totally, releasing a final shockwave that leveled what remained of the pagoda and created a tsunami that raced outward from the island in all directions. Naruto's protective energy surrounded the three women completely, shielding them from the destruction. The world outside dissolved into golden light, similar to the transportation effect but gentler, more controlled. It's over, Naruto's voice came from everywhere and nowhere. All convergence points have been neutralized. The membrane stabilizes. The golden light faded gradually, resolving into the familiar surroundings of Jujutsu High's courtyard. Yaga and his team had already been transported back, receiving medical attention for injuries sustained in the battle. Gojo, Nanami, and the others from the Tokyo and Northern Japan teams gathered around, expressions showing relief at their safe return. The resonance faded as Maki, Utahime, and Kasumi relaxed their formation. Exhaustion hit them immediately, the combined strain of two major battles and multiple dimensional transits taking its toll. Kasumi swayed on her feet, caught by Utahime before she could fall. Easy, Utahime murmured. You did more than your share today. Naruto's manifestation remained, hovering before them, more solid, more defined than they had yet seen him outside the shrine. His expression showed both triumph and concern. Kaguya? Gojo asked without preamble. Contained again, Naruto confirmed. Her partial manifestation has been forced back into the void. The Convergence Society's attempt to create simultaneous breaches has failed completely. And the society itself? Nanami inquired. Scattered. Leaderless. Their most powerful members consumed in the failed rituals. Naruto's gaze swept across the gathered sorcerers. They may regroup eventually, but not soon, and not with the same knowledge or resources. So we won, Maki concluded, allowing herself to lean slightly against Utahime for support. It's over. This battle, yes, Naruto agreed. But the conflict between worlds, between opposing forces, that continues in new forms. Always the optimist, Gojo commented dryly. A faint smile touched Naruto's features. Realistic. The membrane stabilizes, but evolution continues. Both worlds will face new challenges as they adapt to this new reality. With you as the referee, Utahime observed. Guide, perhaps. Not referee. Naruto's form shifted slightly, becoming more defined, more present. The experience has changed me. Again. Indeed, his manifestation appeared different, still translucent, still not fully physical, but more substantial than before. The golden energy that composed his form seemed denser, more organized, more intentional. How so? Kasumi asked, her Otsutsuki senses perceiving changes the others couldn't. The resonance technique you developed, it created harmony between opposing energy systems. Showed me possibilities I hadn't considered. Naruto's expression brightened. You helped me evolve my own understanding of what the membrane could be. Not just a barrier or regulator, but a harmonic interface. That's good, right? Maki questioned. Very. It means more stability, more control, more presence. He looked down at his hands, which now appeared almost solid. I may be able to manifest more completely than I expected. At least for limited periods. This news brought visible relief to many faces, particularly Maki and Utahime's. The prospect of Naruto retaining some form of human connection, some ability to interact directly with the worlds he protected, felt like an unexpected victory amid the larger triumph. As the impromptu gathering broke up, people moving inside for medical attention, debriefings, and much-needed rest, Naruto remained with Maki, Utahime, and Kasumi. His manifestation followed them to a quiet corner of the courtyard, where they sat heavily on stone benches, the full weight of their exertions finally catching up to them. What you did today, Naruto began, his voice gentle, was extraordinary. The resonance technique alone would have been remarkable. But to deploy it successfully in combat, against such opposition, at two different convergence points. We had a good teacher, Utahime replied with a tired smile. And motivation, Maki added. Saving reality is a pretty compelling reason to get things right. Kasumi nodded in agreement, though she seemed distracted, her gaze frequently returning to Naruto's more substantial form. Your appearance has changed significantly, she observed. The energy density, the coherence pattern, it's unlike before. Yes. The multiple convergence attempts created opportunities. Naruto's form shifted slightly, becoming even more defined as he concentrated. The membrane was in flux, responding to threats. That responsiveness allowed me to experiment with my own manifestation. Will it last? Utahime asked quietly. I believe so. The resonance you created, it showed me how different energies could harmonize rather than conflict. I've applied similar principles to my own existence. He smiled, the expression now clearly visible on his more substantial face. I remain the membrane, existing across both worlds simultaneously. But I can concentrate my consciousness more effectively now, manifest more completely when needed. So we'll see you more often, Maki concluded. Not just during world-ending emergencies. Yes. Something profoundly human crossed Naruto's expression, gratitude, connection, perhaps even joy. You reminded me of something important. That protecting worlds means little without connecting to the people within them. The admission clearly cost him something, a being who had existed as pure energy for centuries, acknowledging a need for human connection. But there was relief in it too, as if naming the need freed him from a burden he hadn't realized he carried. The shrine, Utahime said suddenly. The one by the sea. It's a natural convergence point, isn't it? That's why you could manifest there so clearly before. Naruto nodded. One of many across both worlds. Places where the membrane naturally thins, where transition between states becomes easier. So those places, they're where you'll be most present? Maki asked. Yes. Though I can manifest elsewhere with effort. He looked between them, his expression warm. And I will. There's much still to do, much to understand about this new arrangement of realities. Kasumi stirred, her Otsutsuki markings glowing faintly as she processed this information. The resonance we created, it could be taught to others, couldn't it? Refined, expanded? Potentially, yes. Though few would have your natural aptitudes. Naruto considered her thoughtfully. You're thinking of applications beyond combat. Communication. Healing. Cultural exchange. Kasumi's eyes brightened with possibility. If opposing energies can harmonize rather than conflict, it changes everything about how our worlds might interact. Exactly. Naruto's form brightened in response to her understanding. The membrane isn't just a barrier, it's a medium of exchange. Properly approached, it could facilitate connection rather than simply preventing catastrophe. The conversation continued as sunset painted the courtyard in warm hues. They discussed possibilities, implications, next steps in a world fundamentally changed yet outwardly the same. Throughout, Naruto's manifestation remained solid, present, engaged in a way that would have been impossible weeks earlier. Finally, exhaustion could no longer be ignored. Kasumi excused herself first, her reserves depleted by the extreme energy manipulation she'd performed. Naruto's form began to fade slightly, the effort of maintaining such a defined manifestation for so long taking its toll. You should rest too, Utahime told him, noting the subtle changes. Conserve your energy. Void gods don't need rest, Maki joked tiredly. Right? Naruto smiled. Even void gods have limitations. Especially ones relearning how to be partially human. His form continued to fade, growing more translucent. I'll return soon. There's much still to discuss, to plan. He looked between them, something like fondness in his expression. Thank you. For everything. With that, he dissolved into golden particles that lingered briefly before dispersing into the evening air. Left alone, Maki and Utahime sat in comfortable silence, shoulders touching, too exhausted to move yet not quite ready to seek their beds. The events of the day, of the past weeks, seemed almost dreamlike in retrospect, too vast to fully process. We should probably go inside, Utahime suggested eventually, making no move to actually stand. Probably, Maki agreed, equally stationary. Another comfortable silence stretched between them. Did we really just save both worlds? Again? Maki asked finally, the question only half joking. I think we did, Utahime replied with a small smile. With some help from our friendly neighborhood void god. And an Otsutsuki descendant. And an Otsutsuki descendant, Utahime agreed. She turned slightly to study Maki's profile. Are you okay? Really? Maki considered the question seriously. Tired. Sore. Pretty sure I broke at least 2 ribs at some point. She shrugged, then winced at the movement. But yeah. I'm okay. She glanced at Utahime. You. The same. Though I think my voice might need a few days to recover. That was the longest I've ever maintained a song technique. Maki reached for her hand, intertwining their fingers. The gesture had become natural between them, a quiet affirmation of connection that required no words. So what happens now? Utahime asked softly. With the world not ending, with Naruto finding a new balance, with the society scattered. We go back to normal, Maki suggested. Then she smiled slightly. Whatever normal means after all this. And us? Utahime's question was barely audible. Maki turned to face her fully, their joined hands resting between them. What do you want us to be? I want. Utahime hesitated, then continued with quiet certainty. I want what we have. But more of it. More time. More moments not filled with world-ending crises. Sounds reasonable, Maki replied, her characteristic directness softened by genuine affection. I want that too. The distance between them closed naturally, a kiss that held both the exhaustion of the day and the promise of tomorrow. When they separated, Maki stood, tugging Utahime to her feet as well. Come on. Before we both fall asleep out here. They made their way inside, supporting each other through hallways now quiet as night settled over Jujutsu High. The world had been saved, again, but that was tomorrow's headline. Tonight was for rest, for recovery, for the simple pleasure of having survived when survival had seemed far from certain. In their shared room, they managed only minimal preparations before collapsing into bed, too exhausted for anything but sleep. As consciousness faded, Maki felt Utahime curl against her side, a warm presence that anchored her to this moment, this reality, this life that had somehow continued despite impossible odds. Outside their window, if either had been awake to notice, golden particles briefly gathered in the night air, Naruto checking on them one last time before dispersing his consciousness across the membrane once more. Not gone, not distant, but present in a new way. A guardian who had remembered the importance of what he guarded. The worlds continued turning, separated yet connected, independent yet harmonized. And somewhere in the void between dimensions, new possibilities were already taking shape. 3 months after the failed divine reclamation, Tokyo had settled into its new normal. To most citizens, nothing had changed. They walked the same streets, worked the same jobs, lived the same lives, blissfully unaware of how close reality had come to fundamental collapse. But for those who knew, who could see, the world had transformed in subtle yet profound ways. Places where the membrane naturally thinned became known among jujitsu sorcerers and the handful of shinobi who had crossed between worlds. Some of these locations became meeting points, places of exchange and learning. Others were carefully monitored, protected against those who might attempt to exploit them. At Jujitsu High, a new research division had been established, dedicated to understanding the implications of the membrane and developing techniques that harmonized with it rather than opposed it. Kasumi Otsutsuki had taken a leading role, her unique heritage making her perfectly suited to bridge the conceptual gap between energy systems. Maki and Utahime had returned to more conventional duties, though conventional now included occasional missions to secure convergence points or investigate reports of hybrid phenomena. Their relationship had deepened in the relative peace that followed the crisis, finding firm footing in shared experience and genuine connection. On this particular evening, they made their way to the coastal shrine where Naruto had first manifested more substantially. It had become something of a tradition, visiting every few weeks, sometimes with specific questions or concerns, sometimes simply to connect. The shrine remained officially abandoned, but showed signs of recent care, swept pathways, maintained structures, fresh offerings at the simple stone altar. Not from random visitors, but from those who knew its significance. "Think he'll come?" Utahime asked as they passed under the torii gate. "It's been almost 2 weeks since anyone's seen him." "He'll come," Maki replied with certainty. "He always does." They approached the altar, the setting sun casting long shadows across the courtyard. Maki placed her hand on the smooth stone surface, now a familiar gesture. "Naruto. Got a minute?" The air shimmered almost immediately, golden particles gathering and coalescing into Naruto's form. Each time they saw him, his manifestation seemed more refined, more defined. Today he appeared almost completely solid, only a subtle translucence and the golden glow surrounding him betraying his non-physical nature. "Maki. Utahime." His voice sounded entirely normal now, no longer the distant echo of their early encounters. "Good to see you." "You too," Utahime replied with genuine warmth. "You're looking substantial." Naruto smiled, glancing down at himself. "Practice. I'm getting better at concentrating consciousness in a single location." He studied them briefly. "You both seem well." "Can't complain," Maki shrugged. "World hasn't tried to end in months. Makes for a nice change." They settled into comfortable conversation, updating him on developments at Jujitsu High, progress with the research division, the ongoing integration of shinobi knowledge into jujitsu practices. Naruto listened attentively, occasionally offering insights from his unique perspective as the membrane between worlds. "And the society?" he asked eventually. "Any signs of regrouping?" "Small pockets of activity," Maki reported. "Nothing coordinated, nothing large-scale. Gojo's network is tracking known members, and we've established monitoring at all identified convergence points." "Good." Naruto's expression turned thoughtful. "They'll return eventually. Organizations built on ideology rarely disappear completely. But it will be different next time, less about convergence, more about adaptation." "You think they'll try to work with the membrane rather than against it?" Utahime asked. "Some will. The smarter ones. They'll realize that harmony offers possibilities that conflict doesn't. He smiled slightly. Much like you did with the resonance technique. The mention brought a natural transition to the real purpose of their visit. Maki and Utahime exchanged glances before Utahime continued. About that. We've been working with Kasumi on refining it. Exploring applications beyond combat. I've observed, Naruto acknowledged. Her progress is remarkable. She's developed a variation specifically for communication, Maki added. A way to connect directly through the membrane, using resonance as a carrier. I've sensed the attempts, Naruto confirmed. Subtle, elegant work. We wanted to try it here, Utahime explained. Where the membrane is naturally thin. With you actively participating. Naruto's expression showed immediate interest. What would it involve? A modified resonance triangle, Maki explained. But instead of amplifying energy for external effect, it would create a channel for direct consciousness transfer. Theoretically. Kasumi believes it might allow for more than just communication, Utahime continued. Potentially a way for you to experience physical reality more directly, even temporarily. Naruto went very still, the implications clearly significant to him. You're suggesting a form of partial embodiment. More like shared experience, Utahime clarified. We form the resonance, you connect through it, and for a brief period, you might experience physical sensation through our connection. It's experimental, Maki acknowledged. Might not work at all. But worth trying, Naruto concluded, his form brightening slightly with what might have been excitement. When? Now, if you're willing, Utahime replied. We've prepared the technique based on Kasumi's specifications. Naruto nodded, his manifestation shifting to a more focused state. Guide me through it. They positioned themselves in the familiar triangle formation, though closer together than for the combat application. Utahime began humming softly, not the full song technique, but a gentler version designed to harmonize rather than project. Maki moved through simplified sword forms, creating patterns in the air that interacted with Utahime's sound waves. Between them, where Kasumi would normally stand, they left space for Naruto. Position yourself at the focal point, Utahime instructed. When the resonance forms, try to align your consciousness with the harmonic pattern rather than just observing it. Naruto moved his manifestation to the indicated position. As the resonance began to form, golden energy gathering around them, his form seemed to respond instinctively, shifting, adapting, integrating with the pattern they created. That's it, Maki encouraged. The energy flow feels different, more cohesive. The resonance strengthened, the golden aura intensifying to a bright glow that illuminated the shrine courtyard. Unlike the combat application, this variation created no external effects, no pressure wave, no destructive force. Instead, the energy turned inward, creating a closed circuit between the three of them. I can feel. Naruto's voice sounded strange, almost disoriented. It's overwhelming. Focus on a single sensation, Utahime guided gently. Something simple. The breeze. The stone beneath our feet. Naruto's manifestation flickered briefly, then stabilized. His expression changed to one of wonder. I feel it. The air. The temperature. He extended a hand, fingers spreading. It's been so long. The moment stretched, the resonance holding steady as Naruto experienced physical sensation for the first time since his transformation. His manifestation became more solid, more present, the golden glow intensifying until he appeared almost completely physical. Try movement, Maki suggested. Something basic. Naruto took an experimental step forward, then another. Not the usual hovering motion of his manifestation, but actual steps, feet seeming to connect with the stone beneath them. A laugh escaped him, surprised, delighted, profoundly human. It works, he said, voice filled with wonder. I'm here. Not just observing, but experiencing. The resonance wavered slightly, the effort of maintaining such an intense connection taking its toll on Maki and Utahime. Naruto noticed immediately, his expression turning concerned. "You're straining. We should stop." "We can hold it a bit longer," Utahime assured him, though her voice betrayed the effort involved. "Take your time." Naruto shook his head. "No. This is enough, more than enough for a first attempt." His smile was radiant despite the impending end of the experience. Knowing its possible changes everything. They released the resonance gradually, allowing it to fade rather than collapse. As it dissipated, Naruto's manifestation returned to its previous state, still well-defined but clearly non-physical, hovering slightly above the ground rather than standing on it. That was. He paused, searching for words. "Thank you doesn't seem adequate. Did it work as expected?" Utahime asked, sitting down on a nearby stone bench, clearly drained from the effort. "Beyond expectation," Naruto replied. The sensations were clear, immediate. Real. His expression turned thoughtful. "With refinement, with practice. You could potentially manifest physically for short periods," Maki concluded, joining Utahime on the bench. "Actually be here, not just project yourself." Yes. The possibility clearly affected him deeply. Not permanently, I would still need to exist primarily as the membrane. But for moments, for connections. He looked between them, genuine emotion in his expression. "You've given me something I thought lost forever." "Kasumi deserves most of the credit," Utahime said modestly. "She developed the theoretical framework. Based on what you three created together," Naruto countered. "The original resonance showed the possibility. She simply refined it for a different application." They sat in comfortable silence for a moment, watching as the last light faded from the sky, stars appearing in the darkening expanse. The implications of what they'd just accomplished settled around them, not world-saving this time, but perhaps equally meaningful in a different way. "This changes your existence considerably," Maki observed eventually. "Being able to physically interact, even temporarily." "It does," Naruto agreed. "It means I can maintain connections more directly. Participate rather than just observe." His gaze turned to the stars above. "It means balance, between my role as the membrane and my humanity." The word hung in the air, significant in its simplicity. Humanity, something Naruto had thought sacrificed permanently when he transformed, now potentially within reach again, at least in moments. "The research division will want to know," Utahime said after a while. "This has implications beyond personal interaction." "Of course. Share what we've learned." Naruto's manifestation brightened slightly. "But perhaps we could refine it ourselves first. Practice the technique, understand its limitations and possibilities." "Reasonable," Maki agreed, a small smile playing at her lips. "Very scientific approach." Naruto returned the smile, clearly recognizing the gentle teasing for what it was. "Purely for research purposes, naturally." The light-hearted moment stretched between them, comfortable and genuine. For all the cosmic significance of what they'd discovered, it was this simple human connection that seemed most valuable, the ability to share a joke, to enjoy each other's company, to exist together in a moment of peace. Eventually, Naruto's manifestation began to fade slightly, the extended interaction requiring energy he needed to conserve. "I should go. Maintaining this form for so long takes considerable focus. Will we see you again soon?" Utahime asked. "Yes. Sooner than before." His form continued to fade, but his smile remained clear. "This changes everything. In the best possible way." With that, he dissolved into golden particles that lingered briefly before dispersing into the night air. Not gone, never truly gone now, but returned to his primary existence as the membrane between worlds. Maki and Utahime remained at the shrine a while longer, watching the stars, discussing implications, planning refinements to the technique. The world had changed fundamentally in recent months, yet appeared unchanged to most who inhabited it. Their reality now included void gods who could temporarily become human, membrane interfaces between dimensions, resonance techniques that harmonized opposing energies. Think the society will discover this possibility? Maki asked eventually as they prepared to leave. Figure out how to use resonance for their own purposes? Eventually, probably, Utahime acknowledged. But they'll be starting from scratch, without Kasumi's insights or our experience. She smiled slightly. We have a significant head start. Good. Maki took her hand as they walked back through the torii gate. So what's next? Aside from refining the resonance technique. Utahime considered the question. There's talk of establishing formal exchange protocols between jujitsu sorcerers and shinobi. Cultural ambassadors of sorts. Gojo mentioned we might be good candidates, given our experience. Dimensional diplomats, Maki said with a short laugh. Not exactly what I imagined when I became a jujitsu sorcerer. Not exactly what anyone imagined, Utahime agreed. But that's what happens when reality rearranges itself. New possibilities. New paths forward. They made their way back to their motorcycle, the night air cool against their skin. As they prepared to depart, Maki paused, looking back at the shrine one last time. He's watching, isn't he? Even now. Probably, Utahime replied. Not just us, but everything. Everyone. It's what he does now. Must be lonely, Maki observed. Even with the ability to manifest, to connect temporarily. Less lonely than before, I think. Utahime wrapped her arms around Maki's waist as they settled onto the motorcycle. And getting less so with each new discovery. The engine roared to life, and they left the shrine behind, heading back toward Tokyo and whatever tomorrow might bring. Above them, stars shimmered in patterns that seemed, just occasionally, to arrange themselves with conscious intent rather than random distribution. Not a god watching from afar, but a friend observing from within reality itself. The membrane between worlds continued its work, separating, connecting, regulating, evolving. And the void god who had become that membrane continued his own evolution alongside it, rediscovering his humanity one moment, one connection, one experience at a time. Not an ending, but a transformation. Not separation, but harmony. Not loss, but a new beginning. The world spun on, different yet connected, separate yet aligned. And somewhere in the space between them, Naruto Uzumaki, the last shinobi, the void god, the primordial curse sage, continued his watch, no longer alone in the void, but connected to the reality he had sacrificed everything to protect. Balance, at last. For the worlds. For the void. For him. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.